When we hear the phrase inner strength, we often imagine a person who never bends, never cries, and never falters. Someone who can face anything without showing even a flicker of uncertainty. But human strength, the kind that truly supports our well-being, is far softer and much more alive than that. Inner strength is not a cold shield of emotionless toughness. It is a warm inner resource that helps us rise again after difficult moments and adjust when life takes unexpected turns. Psychologists describe it as a blend of resilience, mental toughness, and emotional flexibility. A set of responses that allow us to keep our balance even when the world feels shaky beneath our feet. And what's remarkable is this: inner strength is not something you either have or don't have. Research from positive psychology tells us that it is a learnable skill. Just like training a muscle, our strength grows whenever we practice small acts of perseverance, self-belief, and hopeful thinking. In the field of psychological science, there is a term that beautifully captures this idea: psychological capital, often shortened to PsychCap. It includes 4 closely connected qualities: hope, efficacy, resilience, and optimism. Together, they form what researchers affectionately call the hero within us. Each one supports the others. When you believe in your ability to make progress, even just one step at a time, you strengthen a feeling of hope, the quiet conviction that there is a way forward. Hope then offers the stamina we need to recover from setbacks, nurturing resilience. And when resilience reminds us that difficulties can be temporary, optimism begins to grow, allowing us to see that the future still holds possibilities worth moving toward. This cycle doesn't happen only in people we label as strong. Studies have followed individuals recovering from accidents, chronic illness, and trauma. Despite facing enormous challenges, many of them showed significant resilience. Not because they were extraordinary heroes from the start, but because their minds naturally learned to adapt. The American Psychological Association calls resilience ordinary magic, a hidden skill that lies quietly within everyday people, waiting to be awakened. Even in the workplace, research shows that hope and confidence can lead to better decisions, better performance, and a clearer sense of purpose. And in physical recovery, resilience often predicts who will regain strength more quickly. Emotional adaptability even helps athletes and people dealing with demanding jobs remain centered and healthy under stress. Think of how the body grows stronger after a workout. Tiny tears in our muscle fibers slowly heal, making them more capable than before. In the same way, emotional challenges, when met with support and learning, can make us wiser and more deeply aware of our own capacity to endure. Inner strength is not the absence of vulnerability. Instead, it is the ability to face vulnerability with courage, to recognize what you cannot control and still move forward with dignity. As resilience researchers Southwick and Charney have observed, inner strength begins with understanding the difference between fate, the things life delivers, and freedom, the ways we choose to respond. So tonight, or whenever you listen to these words, Perhaps you can take a moment to acknowledge the strength you already carry inside. Think of the moments you survived, the lessons you learned, the bravery that led you here, even if it didn't feel like bravery at the time. Inner strength is built quietly, patiently, from the everyday choices we make to keep going. And if you ever doubt that this strength belongs to you, remember the world is filled with ordinary people who have walked through storms and found themselves still standing. You are one of them. Growth is already happening within you, gently, like breath. And with intention, kindness toward yourself, and a willingness to learn, that strength will continue to bloom. You are capable of far more than you imagine. The journey is already underway.
Chapter 2: The Science of Resilience. How the Brain Learns to Rise Again. As we continue this gentle journey inward, let us explore the quiet science behind something remarkable that humans do every single day. We adapt. Resilience, at its heart, is our ability to meet challenges, recover, and find a way forward again. The American Psychological Association reminds us that resilience is ordinary, not something rare or reserved for the strongest among us. It is a natural human process, and one that can grow stronger over time. For many years, people thought resilience was a matter of personality, a trait you were either born with or not. But modern research paints a much softer, more hopeful picture. Scientists now understand that resilience is deeply connected to a living system inside us, our brain. And like clay warmed by gentle hands, the brain can reshape itself throughout life. This capacity is known as neuroplasticity. When we face stressful moments and eventually find our footing again, our brain quietly takes notes. It strengthens the neural pathways that help us stay calm, solve problems, and regulate our emotions. At the same time, structures like the amygdala, the part of the brain that reacts with fear, learn not to sound the alarm quite so quickly. Little by little, we become better at handling stress, not by ignoring fear, but by understanding it and returning to steadiness after the wave passes. Deep within the brain, areas that manage reward and motivation, such as the ventral tegmental area, adjust their activity when stress arises. Resilient minds are able to maintain balance in these systems, protecting us from sinking into discouragement or despair. Biologists have also observed that resilient people seem to have stress response systems, like the HPA axis, that know how to switch off when danger has passed. Instead of leaving the body soaked in stress hormones, these systems gently guide us back to peace. Chemicals such as neuropeptide Y and DHEA offer a kind of internal cushioning, helping the brain stay clear and focused during pressure. It is almost as if the body sends tiny messages saying, "You can do this, stay steady." And with each difficulty we navigate successfully, this internal support system becomes more efficient. Researchers also speak of something called stress inoculation, the idea that small, manageable challenges can prepare us for larger ones later in life. Much like how a vaccine trains the immune system,
Early successes against stress teach the brain that effort can lead to safety. New brain cells grow in places connected to memory and learning, like the hippocampus. Synapses, the connections between neurons, become stronger, laying down a map that points back to confidence. Of course, this doesn't mean all stress is helpful. Stress that is overwhelming, prolonged, or experienced without support can take a toll on both brain and body. This is why resilience isn't about pushing through everything alone. True strength grows in environments where we feel supported, where challenges are real but not crushing, and where rest is welcomed as part of growth. After events like the tragedies of 9/11, psychologists studied thousands of people and discovered an uplifting truth. Most individuals eventually found stability again, not because they were unaffected, but because human beings are naturally inclined to heal. Supportive relationships, healthy routines, and a belief in a meaningful future allowed their brains to adapt in ways that nurtured recovery. Every time you practice a habit that brings calm, like slow breathing, gratitude, or focusing on what you can control, you are literally shaping the structure of your brain. You are strengthening circuits of hope, patience, and problem solving. Over weeks, months, and years, these tiny changes accumulate into a powerful ability to withstand life's pressures. So tonight, as you listen, you might allow yourself to feel comforted by this simple truth. Resilience is not luck. It is not a mysterious gift found only in others. It is a biological process, a quiet unfolding within your nervous system. It is a skill you have been practicing, perhaps without even noticing, every time you faced hardship and found a way to keep going. Your brain remembers your victories. Your strength is growing, even now, and the science behind resilience tells us something beautiful. You are more adaptable than you think.
Chapter 3. Gently Discovering Where Your Strength Begins Today. Before we can nurture inner strength, before we can help it grow, we must first understand where we are beginning from. Think of it as taking a peaceful moment to look inward, with curiosity rather than judgment. Just as an explorer studies the map before setting out, knowing your own strengths and vulnerabilities gives you a clearer path forward. Psychologists have developed thoughtful, science-based tools to help us do exactly that. One of the most respected is called the Connor-Davidson Resilience Scale, often shortened to the CDRISC. It has been used around the world, not only in everyday wellness, but also in clinical and research settings, to gently measure how well a person adapts to stress and change. The scale asks you to reflect on statements such as, "I am able to adapt when changes occur," or "I believe I can handle whatever comes my way." You simply choose how true each statement feels for you, from "not true at all" to "true nearly all the time." There are 25 of these items in total, covering a range of qualities: personal competence, emotional endurance,
calm under pressure, even the strength that comes from spiritual or moral beliefs. Your answers are combined into a score from 0 to 100. To give a sense of what this means, people in the general U.S. population often score around 80, while those experiencing anxiety or post-traumatic stress may score much lower. But numbers are not labels. They are starting points. And importantly, research shows these scores can rise with support, practice, and healing. Resilience responds to care. It grows when nurtured. Another helpful measure is the perceived stress scale, which looks closely at how overwhelming your life currently feels. It reveals patterns in how you handle daily demands. Do small setbacks feel impossible to recover from, or do you find yourself calming down after the initial sting? These insights give you clues about what you may want to strengthen next. Yet formal scales are only part of the story. You can also learn so much from simply remembering how you have faced challenges before. Perhaps you've endured heartbreak, illness, or loss. Maybe you carried responsibilities that seemed far heavier than you thought you could hold, and still you found a way to continue. Writing down these moments can uncover hidden strengths you didn't realize were there. You might also gently ask yourself a few guiding questions. How do I typically react when stress arrives? Do I cling to fear, or do I begin searching for solutions? Do I withdraw, or do I reach out for support? This kind of quiet honesty is not about criticizing yourself. It is about seeing yourself clearly and giving yourself permission to grow. Awareness, psychologists often say, is the very first step toward transformation. When you track your emotions, notice your coping habits, and stay mindful of the support around you, you create a baseline, a starting point that can show you how far you've come when you look back months from now. If it feels helpful, you can even invite trusted friends or loved ones to reflect what they see in you, strengths you may overlook because they feel too ordinary to notice. Often, the qualities others admire are exactly the ones that will carry you through the hardest days. So take a quiet breath here. This gentle assessment is not a test you pass or fail. It is a way of honoring where you are in this moment and acknowledging that the path forward is yours to shape. By learning more about your current resilience, you give yourself the gift of direction, a clear understanding of which abilities are already flourishing and which ones are waiting patiently to be strengthened. And from this point onward, every experience becomes part of your growth.
Chapter 4. Cultivating Self-Awareness, Listening Gently to the Story Within. As we continue this calm journey into inner strength, we arrive at a skill that feels simple on the surface, yet has the power to transform how we move through the world. It is the quiet art of self-awareness, noticing what we feel, what we think, and how we act with honesty and kindness. Self-awareness is like the soft light of a lantern. When it is lit, we can see ourselves more clearly. We notice the emotions rising inside us, whether they are peaceful or turbulent, and we learn to respond thoughtfully instead of reacting automatically. This ability creates a small but powerful space between what happens to us and what we choose to do next. In that space, resilience is born. Scientists describe self-awareness as the foundation, the bedrock upon which emotional strength is built.
It serves as the mind's executive control system, guiding how we manage stress, how we communicate, and even how we make decisions in moments that matter. Without it, life becomes a series of reflexive reactions. With it, we become active participants in shaping our experience. Research shows that people who regularly reflect on their internal world tend to recover more quickly from stress. They understand their triggers, the situations or memories that spark fear, anger, or anxiety, and they can recognize when their body and mind are beginning to drift into overwhelm. This awareness acts like an early warning system, helping them pause, breathe, and choose a healthier way forward before emotions take over completely. Self-awareness also deepens our understanding of our own patterns. For instance, you might realize you fear disappointing others, or that frustration often comes from feeling unheard. When these patterns are unseen, they quietly direct our choices. But once they are brought into the light, we gain the freedom to shift them. One of the most effective and gentle ways to build this awareness is through journaling. When you write down your thoughts, memories, and reactions, you create a mirror for your inner life. Studies show that journaling improves emotional regulation, helps clarify confusing experiences, and increases mental resilience. You may begin to notice repeating themes, a certain worry that appears at night, a doubt that whispers during challenges, or a hidden strength that emerges when life demands courage. Imagine looking back over your notes after a month or two. You might see progress unfolding. Situations that once felt overwhelming now seem manageable. Emotions that once swept you away now flow more calmly. This is self-knowledge slowly turning into inner power. Researchers also talk about objective self-awareness, the ability to step outside yourself and view your behavior as if you were an observer. Leaders who develop this skill often communicate better, think more clearly under pressure, and maintain stronger confidence when things become difficult. This is because they understand what they feel and why they feel it, and that knowledge protects them from being controlled by their emotions. There is another beautiful connection here. Self-awareness is the gateway to emotional intelligence. You cannot guide an emotion you cannot name. You cannot heal a wound you cannot see. By recognizing your emotional data, you gain the wisdom to predict when you might struggle, and the clarity to prepare supportive strategies ahead of time. You begin to feel more capable, more stable, more grounded. Some people fear that looking inward might feel uncomfortable, and sometimes it can. But self-awareness is not about judging yourself. It is about caring enough to understand your own story. It is about treating your mind as you would a friend's, listening patiently, noticing strengths, and offering gentle encouragement where you want to grow. Each moment of honesty adds another layer of inner solidity. Each insight becomes a stepping stone toward peace. Every time you pause to reflect, you are strengthening the quiet hero within. So, as you rest tonight, you might take a slow breath and ask yourself softly, what emotion am I holding right now? Where does it come from? What do I truly need? These simple questions open doors. They lead you closer to the unshakable strength that has always been inside you.
Chapter 5. Embracing a Growth Mindset. Believing in the Power to Become More. There is a gentle shift that can change the direction of a life. A shift in how we view our own potential. It begins with a simple idea. I am capable of learning. I can grow from this. This way of thinking is called a growth mindset, a term championed by psychologist Carol Dweck. It stands in contrast to the belief that our intelligence, our talent, or our abilities are fixed, as if we were born with all we will ever have. A fixed mindset treats every challenge as a test. If I fail, it means I am not enough. But a growth mindset has a different voice. It whispers, if I fail, it means I am learning. When we adopt this kinder and more hopeful perspective, challenges transform. Instead of looming obstacles, they become invitations, chances to stretch, to try again, and to discover that effort can unlock new strength within us. Neuroscience beautifully supports this truth. When people with a growth mindset make mistakes, parts of the brain involved in learning, such as the dorsal anterior cingulate cortex, become more active. Their minds lean forward, curious about what went wrong and how to adjust. Those with a fixed mindset, however, often withdraw from mistakes, their brains showing far less engagement. Their inner voice tells them to avoid situations that might expose weakness. But weakness is simply a beginning, not a verdict. When you believe that you can improve through patience, practice, and perseverance, you protect your motivation from the storms of life. Instead of thinking, I am not good enough, you shift to, I am not good enough yet. That single word, yet, carries hope. It separates who you are today from who you may become tomorrow. In classrooms around the world, students who learn about the brain's ability to grow often show measurable improvements in motivation and performance. Just understanding that the brain rewires itself through effort encourages them to try a little longer, take a risk, and rise again after falling. The same is true for adults, in careers, in relationships, and in the quiet work of healing. A growth mindset also softens the fear of failure. Without that fear, resilience begins to blossom. Imagine approaching a difficult task with the thought, this is hard, and that is okay. With practice, it will become easier. Now, the pressure lifts. The task becomes a pathway, not a wall. Many creative thinkers credit their achievements not to natural genius, but to persistence, the willingness to keep going when progress comes slowly. A study of researchers found that perseverance, fueled by a growth mindset, was considered the most essential ingredient in creative success. Not brilliance, not luck, just steady effort. So how do we nurture this mindset in our daily lives? We can begin gently by listening to the stories we tell ourselves. When your mind whispers, I can't, add, but yet. When you feel stuck, say, this is how growth feels. When you make a mistake, reflect, what can this teach me? Even this simple reframing starts to strengthen your inner resilience. It turns doubt into curiosity. It turns frustration into progress. And slowly, over days and weeks and months, the brain changes in response, reshaping itself around courage, patience, and hope. You are not a finished product. You are a living, learning being, flexible, adaptable, capable of transformation. Every time you choose to believe in growth, you tell your mind and your heart,
I am unfinished, and I am becoming. In that quiet belief, inner strength flourishes.
Chapter 6. Finding Strength Through Emotional Intelligence. As we continue this journey inward, let us pause and explore one of the quiet superpowers each of us carries within: emotional intelligence. Think of it as the gentle art of understanding what we feel, why we feel it, and how those feelings guide the way we connect with the world. When we become more aware of our inner landscape, we learn to navigate life's storms with greater steadiness and grace. Emotional intelligence, or EI, is the ability to notice, evaluate, and regulate emotions, both within ourselves and in the people around us. Scientists have discovered that it plays a crucial role in resilience because people with high emotional intelligence can face stress without feeling swallowed by it. Instead of shutting down or reacting impulsively, they stay grounded. They understand their emotions well enough to respond thoughtfully rather than being swept away by the first wave of panic or frustration. Researchers describe 4 core skills that make up EI: self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, and relationship management. These are like 4 supportive pillars, each helping us stay upright when life shakes us. Self-awareness brings clarity, recognizing the early signs of anxiety or sadness and acknowledging them with kindness. Self-management teaches us that feelings can be powerful, but they don't have to be in control. Social awareness helps us read the emotions of others, allowing us to sense when someone needs comfort or when a moment calls for patience. And relationship management helps us build trust and communicate in ways that strengthen the bonds we rely on. People with strong emotional intelligence also possess something psychologists call regulatory flexibility. It means they tailor how they cope depending on the situation. When a challenge is beyond their control, like an unexpected job loss, they might practice acceptance while reframing their thoughts to stay hopeful. But when the obstacle is something they can influence, like meeting a deadline, they shift into problem-solving mode. This flexible approach prevents emotional rigidity, which can lead to burnout and emotional exhaustion. Instead of getting stuck in one way of coping, they adapt, gently choosing what works best. Imagine someone who feels anxiety bubbling up before a difficult conversation. A person with strong self-awareness might pause, breathe slowly, and name what they are feeling. I'm nervous. My body is telling me this matters. Simply acknowledging the emotion softens its intensity. They might then replace fearful thoughts with a steadier story, such as, I can handle this. I am prepared. These small, compassionate acts protect them from being overwhelmed. They become their own source of support. Empathy also plays a beautiful role in emotional intelligence. When we understand how others feel, we open the door to connection. And human connection is one of the biggest predictors of resilience. Through supportive relationships, we find encouragement, understanding, and a reminder that we do not have to carry our burdens alone. When we show empathy to others, we strengthen their resilience too. It becomes a shared circle of care. Developing emotional intelligence doesn't require grand gestures. It begins with gentle daily habits, checking in with yourself in quiet moments, labeling emotions as they arise, listening to your thoughts with curiosity rather than judgment, asking,
What story am I telling myself? And is that story helping me or hurting me? When negative self-talk shows up, and it will, simply noticing it often causes its grip to loosen. Over time, these tiny steps create powerful change. Research shows that when people practice emotional regulation strategies such as acceptance, optimism, and reframing their thinking, their stress levels decrease and their overall well-being rises. They feel more steady when life gets intense. Emotional intelligence becomes a reliable inner compass, guiding them even through uncertainty. So, as you continue nurturing this skill, remember, understanding your emotions is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of wisdom. Each time you respond to your feelings with compassion, you build a deeper reservoir of inner strength. Slowly, gently, you become someone who not only survives challenges, but grows through them. Someone who can walk through life's difficulties with calm confidence, knowing that your emotional world is not an enemy to fear, but a friend to embrace. Emotional intelligence is your quiet resilience, your natural ability to bend without breaking. And with every mindful breath, every moment of awareness, you are strengthening that inner foundation. Tonight, allow this knowledge to settle softly within you. The more you understand and care for your heart, the stronger you become.
Chapter 7. Returning to the Present. The Quiet Strength of Mindfulness. As we continue to explore the inner skills that help us grow stronger, let us gently step into the world of mindfulness. Imagine a moment where you are simply here, not worrying about tomorrow, not replaying what has already happened, just resting in the calm of this very breath. Mindfulness invites us into that quiet space. It teaches us to observe our thoughts and emotions without judgment, like watching gentle waves move across the surface of a peaceful lake. At its heart, mindfulness is the practice of being fully present, aware of what we are feeling in our minds and sensing in our bodies second by second. It reminds us that even when life feels chaotic, there are always small places of stillness available inside us. We just need to pause long enough to notice them. When we engage in simple practices like mindful breathing or guided meditation, our minds shift from constantly doing to simply being. That shift creates room for rest and recovery after long days of mental effort, worry, and responsibility. Hospitals and wellness researchers, including those at Mayo Clinic, have observed how mindfulness can soften the weight of stress. When people take the time to sit quietly and become aware of their breathing, their anxiety decreases and their mood improves. Stress begins to loosen its grip. It's as if the nervous system finally receives permission to unclench, even if only for a few minutes. This calming effect is not only emotional, it is physical. Scientists who study the brain have discovered that mindfulness gently reshapes our neural pathways over time. With regular practice, the amygdala, the small but powerful part of the brain that triggers fear and worry, becomes less reactive to stress. Meanwhile, the prefrontal cortex, which helps us make decisions and regulate emotions, becomes stronger. Studies even show an increase in gray matter in areas linked to awareness and emotional balance.
These changes create a more resilient mind, one that can recover from stress more quickly, one that can return to calm without getting lost in spirals of fear. Neuroscientists sometimes describe mindfulness as a kind of mental weightlifting. Every session strengthens the brain's capacity to remain steady. The more we practice, the easier it becomes to return to calm, even when challenges appear unexpectedly. Think of it as building an inner shelter, a space you can enter any time the winds of stress begin to rise. Mindfulness does not ask for perfection. It doesn't require silence, incense, or sitting cross-legged for hours. It welcomes every small moment of presence. Perhaps you notice the feeling of your feet touching the ground as you walk. Maybe you take a slow breath before answering a difficult message. Even 3 gentle breaths can interrupt anxious thought loops, allowing your mind to land softly in the present again. Some people enjoy guided meditations or mindfulness apps. Others prefer quiet observation, watching thoughts drift through the mind like soft clouds moving across the sky. The key is simply to notice. What am I feeling right now? Where is my mind? Can I return, just for this moment, to the breath? No judgment, just awareness. Over weeks and months, these tiny practices become habits, automatic responses that protect your peace. You train your brain to reach for calm rather than panic, clarity rather than overwhelm. You become someone who can stand in the middle of life's noise and still hear the quiet, steady heartbeat of the present. So let mindfulness be the warm breath of safety you can always return to. Let it be the reminder that strength is not always loud or forceful. Sometimes real resilience is found in silence, in the gentle pause after an exhale, in the awareness that right here, right now, you are safe. You are present. You are enough.
Chapter 8. Softening the Heart. Growing Strength Through Self-Compassion. There is a quiet kind of courage that often goes unnoticed. It is not loud or fierce. It does not rely on perfection or endless achievement. It lives in the moments when we stumble, and instead of turning against ourselves, we choose to respond with understanding. This is the gift of self-compassion. Self-compassion means treating yourself with the same warmth and patience you would offer someone you care about. When a friend feels discouraged, we naturally want to comfort them. We remind them that mistakes happen, that challenges are part of being human, and that they deserve kindness even in their most difficult moments. Yet, when we face those very same struggles, many of us respond with harsh criticism, as if we no longer deserve the compassion we so easily extend to others. Self-compassion gently invites us to change that pattern. Researcher Kristen Neff, a pioneer in the field, explains how self-compassion differs from self-esteem. Self-esteem often depends on success or comparison, being good enough, smart enough, liked enough. It rises when we excel and falls when we fail. But self-compassion remains steady. It is there precisely when we fall short. It becomes a soft landing,
a supportive inner voice that says, "This is painful, but this pain does not define me." Scientific studies show that people who practice self-compassion tend to recover from setbacks more quickly. They experience less anxiety and depression because their minds are not trapped in cycles of rumination or harsh self-judgment. Physically, gentleness matters too. Self-compassion lowers stress hormones like cortisol, signaling to the brain and body that we are safe. In this way, kindness is not a luxury, it is a form of resilience. Neff describes 3 essential ingredients that make self-compassion so powerful. First is self-kindness, the act of soothing rather than scolding ourselves. Second is common humanity, remembering that struggle connects us rather than isolates us. Every person you meet carries fears, regrets, and lessons learned the hard way. You are never alone in your imperfections. And the third is mindfulness, being aware of our emotional pain without denying it or becoming consumed by it. Mindfulness helps us hold our experiences gently, like placing a fragile object into caring hands. When failure or disappointment visits, as it does for everyone, self-compassion becomes a bridge back to hope. Instead of concluding, "I'm not good enough," we can say, "I am trying, I am learning, and this moment will pass." Over time, that soft inner voice becomes stronger than the critic that once overshadowed it. We shift from an inner enemy to an inner friend. There are simple ways to practice. You might write a compassionate letter to yourself after a difficult day, as though comforting a loved one. Or take a self-compassion break, placing a hand over your heart while offering quiet reassurance. "This is hard, and I deserve care." Even speaking to yourself politely, especially when the instinct is to criticize, creates profound change. Each of these small gestures signals safety to your nervous system. You are acknowledging your humanity with tenderness rather than judgment. Some worry that being gentle with themselves will make them weak or complacent. But the research reminds us of something beautifully counterintuitive. Self-compassion does not diminish strength. It creates it. It helps us rise again after falling. It gives us the courage to try new things, knowing that failure will not erase our worth. When we soothe ourselves instead of punishing ourselves, we become far more willing to grow. So, tonight, as you breathe and unwind, allow yourself to soften a little. Let your inner voice become kinder, if only by 1 degree. Every act of compassion toward yourself is a quiet reminder that you are already doing the best you can with what you know now. And tomorrow, you will rise with a heart a little lighter, because you are no longer facing life alone. You have become your own ally, your own comfort, your own protector. True toughness is not found in self-judgment. It blossoms from self-compassion.
Chapter 9. The Quiet Power of Gratitude. Noticing the good that sustains us. As the day slows down and the night wraps softly around you, it can be comforting to pause and notice the gentle blessings that may have passed quietly through your life today. A warm smile, a peaceful moment between responsibilities, the simple feeling of a comfortable place to rest. These small glimmers of goodness are easy to overlook, yet they hold remarkable power. Gratitude is the practice of turning our attention toward these moments
and letting them nourish us from within. Gratitude is much more than saying thank you out of politeness. It is a mindset, a way of seeing the world that shapes how we feel, how we think, and how we respond to challenges. When we take time each day to reflect on what has gone right, even if those things seem minor, we gently teach our brains to notice possibility rather than threat. This shift doesn't ignore difficulties, but it balances them with reminders of the hope and warmth that still exist alongside the hard moments. Scientists in the field of positive psychology have discovered that even a simple habit, writing down 3 good things each day, can change the way we perceive our lives. Our brains are naturally drawn toward danger and negativity, an ancient survival instinct designed to protect us. But regular gratitude practice retrains the mind to seek out the positive as well. Over time, it becomes easier to notice comforting details, the kindness of a stranger, the taste of your favorite meal, the steady breath that keeps you alive. This is not just emotional or philosophical, it is biological. When we feel grateful, the brain's reward centers come to life. Dopamine rises, bringing feelings of joy and motivation. Oxytocin, a hormone linked to connection and trust, flows more freely, making relationships feel more supportive and secure. Gratitude gently quiets the alarm systems in the brain, especially the amygdala, which often keeps us stuck in cycles of fear or worry. Even the structure of the brain begins to change, with increased gray matter linked to empathy, understanding, and social connection. In these ways, gratitude builds resilience, not through force or effort, but through appreciation. It acts like a quiet reservoir where positivity collects drop by drop. So when life challenges us, when stress begins to rise or uncertainty creeps in, we have something to draw strength from. We remember the good that has already held us up. We trust that goodness will return. This practice is beautifully simple. Before sleep or upon waking, you might take a moment to write down a few things that warmed your heart. It could be the sunlight peeking through your window, a conversation that lifted your spirits, or simply the comforting taste of fresh air. And if writing feels like too much, you might just close your eyes and think, here are 3 things that brought me a little joy today. No matter how small, they count. Expressing gratitude to others can be just as powerful. A sincere thank you can deepen a bond, remind someone that their presence matters, and ripple kindness outward into the world. And as the gratitude flows outward, it flows back into us, strengthening the connections that help us feel supported and understood. With each small act of acknowledgement, gratitude becomes more natural, like a gentle muscle growing stronger with every use. What starts as a short evening reflection becomes a new way of seeing life, a recognition that even in the midst of stress, there is beauty to hold on to. So let this moment be a reminder. There are quiet victories woven into every day. By noticing them, cherishing them, and letting them settle into your heart, you are building a powerful inner reserve, a well of hope, a source of resilience. Gratitude doesn't just make life feel brighter, it makes you stronger.
Chapter 10. Moving Forward Gently.
The strength of setting realistic goals. Every journey, no matter how grand or humble, is made of many small steps, and each of those steps has its own quiet importance. When we set goals for ourselves, we are not just planning tasks, we are shaping a path toward the person we want to become. We are giving our inner strength a direction, a purpose, a way to flow forward. Researchers Edwin Locke and Gary Latham have shown something both simple and profound. When our goals are clear and meaningful, we become more motivated, more focused, and more resilient. Instead of telling ourselves vaguely to do our best, specific and realistic goals help us understand what that really looks like. They offer us a sense of control, a map for progress, and a reason to keep going even on difficult days. Imagine a long-term dream you care about, perhaps improving your health, advancing your knowledge, or building a new skill. If we look only at the finish line, the distance can feel overwhelming. But when we break that dream into small, manageable pieces, each step becomes achievable. Writing just a few sentences a day can slowly build a book. A short walk can grow into a revitalizing fitness habit. Learning a new word each evening can open the door to a new language. These small victories matter more than we realize. Neuroscience tells us that each time we complete a step, no matter how tiny, the brain releases dopamine, the neurotransmitter of motivation and reward. This gentle rush of encouragement boosts our confidence and reminds us that progress is happening. Every moment of "I did it" nudges the next step forward. Goals help our minds operate in 4 helpful ways. They guide our attention to what is truly important. They energize us with a sense of purpose. They help us stay persistent when challenges arise. And they spark creativity, encouraging us to find new strategies when the old ones stop working. In times of stress, having clear intentions, such as, "If this obstacle appears, then I will respond in this way," can even bypass the need for sheer willpower. The plan carries us when our energy wavers. Setting goals also works best when they align with the deeper values we hold. When our actions reflect what we truly care about, the effort feels less like a burden and more like a natural expression of who we are. We feel fulfilled not only when we succeed, but also while we are on the way. And time, that plays a role too. Giving ourselves gentle deadlines prevents dreams from drifting indefinitely into the future. A timeline creates a sense of movement, allowing us to feel the quiet pleasure of progress. So perhaps tonight, while your mind is softening into rest, you might reflect on one aspiration close to your heart. Picture the first small step, something kind, something manageable, something that feels possible. With every step you take, you gather evidence of your ability to grow and change. You prove to yourself, again and again, that forward motion is within your reach. By setting realistic goals, you're not demanding perfection. You're simply saying, "I believe in the person I am becoming." And every time you celebrate a small success, you are nurturing determination that does not break under pressure, but strengthens with each new day. Bit by bit, step by gentle step, you are moving forward. That in itself
is a remarkable act of inner power. Chapter 11. The Strength We Share. How Connection Helps Us Rise Again.
As night settles in and the world grows quieter, it becomes easier to remember something essential about being human. We are not meant to walk through life alone. Our hearts are wired to reach toward others, to share joys, to lean on one another in times of difficulty, and to find comfort in companionship. Resilience, though deeply personal, is also profoundly social. There is a long line of scientific research showing that the people we keep close can soften even our hardest experiences. The American Psychological Association has found that when we feel supported, truly seen and understood, we recover from adversity faster. Challenges become lighter when someone listens, when someone reassures us that what we're feeling is real, and that we don't have to face it alone. Our bodies respond to connection as well. When a friend places a hand on our shoulder, or a loved one simply sits beside us, the stress response within us begins to quiet. The brain signals to the body that it is safe. The release of cortisol slows, our heartbeat eases, and our breath begins to lengthen. We feel grounded again, not because the challenge has disappeared, but because someone is holding a part of it with us. Researchers call this the stress buffering hypothesis, the idea that support from others protects both the mind and body from the toll of stress. In those moments of human contact, something profound is happening. We are reminded we belong. There is another powerful idea known as the social identity model of resilience. It suggests that when we are part of a group, whether a family, a circle of friends, a faith community, or a shared interest club, we do not only rely on our own strength. We can draw on the strength of shared purpose and collective meaning. The knowledge that others stand with us becomes a source of courage. In a group, resilience becomes something we build together. This is why isolation can feel so heavy, and why it is so harmful. Studies show that a lack of social connection can be as dangerous to our health as smoking. Our nervous system is simply not designed to operate for long without the soothing presence of others. Humans are, by nature, social creatures. We flourish in connection. But connection doesn't demand grand gestures. It might be a weekly call with a sibling or an old friend. It might be sitting beside someone in comfortable silence. It might be joining a local class, a volunteer group, or a book club where laughter or purpose is shared. Helping others can be just as healing as receiving support, giving us a sense of meaning and belonging that expands our emotional resilience. Sometimes, all we need is one person we can turn to, someone who knows our story and listens without judgment, someone with whom we feel safe enough to let the truth of our experience be spoken. When we allow ourselves to be supported, we are not admitting weakness. We are honoring a basic human truth. Connection is a source of strength. Think of the relationships in your life that bring comfort, the people who make your days feel a little brighter, the ones who have stood with you in difficult seasons. These bonds are the soft threads that help hold us together when life feels like it is coming undone. Tonight, as worries become softer and the pace of the world slows,
Perhaps take a moment to appreciate those connections. And if you feel alone right now, remember that reaching out is a powerful first step. There are hearts in this world that will understand yours, communities waiting to welcome you, friendships yet to be formed. We rise highest when we lift each other up. And in the gentle light of connection, resilience grows, not through isolation, but through togetherness. Chapter 12. The Strength in Giving. How helping others helps us heal. There is a tender power hidden in the simple act of helping someone else. When we extend a hand, offer encouragement, or devote our time to another person's well-being, something meaningful happens, not only for the one we help, but deep within ourselves as well. For thousands of years, humans have survived and flourished by looking after one another. We are built for cooperation, woven into a shared story where connection is essential to life. Altruism, the desire to give and support others, is not just a noble idea, it is a deep part of who we are. And when we practice it, our inner strength begins to grow in quiet, beautiful ways. Scientists have studied what is sometimes called the helper's high. When we volunteer or show kindness, the brain releases endorphins and dopamine, chemicals that lift our mood and create a warm sense of satisfaction, much like the feeling we get after exercise. There is also a rise in oxytocin, sometimes referred to as the bonding hormone, which fosters trust, closeness, and a soothing sense of safety. Helping others doesn't just make us feel good in the moment, it reshapes us over time. Research shows that people who regularly engage in altruistic acts experience less stress and lower rates of depression. They often live longer, healthier lives. By turning our focus outward, we interrupt cycles of worry and rumination. We remember that we are capable of making a difference. Our lives feel filled with purpose, and purpose is a powerful pillar of resilience. When you help someone, whether by volunteering, listening attentively, or offering comfort, you strengthen your belief that you can handle challenges too. Giving creates a sense of agency. I can contribute. I can care. I can show up. That confidence builds each time we reach out with empathy, and slowly the heart becomes braver. Helping others also forms and deepens bonds, one of the strongest protections we have against hardship. Every act of kindness becomes a thread connecting us to another life. And as these threads weave together, a safety net begins to form. We become part of something larger than ourselves. Community grows, support expands, and resilience no longer rests solely on our own shoulders. These acts do not have to be grand or heroic. Sometimes the most powerful help appears in small gestures, holding the door for someone whose hands are full, offering a warm message to a friend who feels lonely, or showing patience when someone is struggling. Even these tiny moments light up the brain's reward system, strengthening the desire to keep giving. And as we help others rise, we rise with them. So tonight, as you rest and reflect on your place in this world, Consider the quiet opportunities waiting ahead, little moments where compassion can flow outward from you. Each time you give, you are reinforcing the most resilient parts of your character. You are feeding the belief that kindness is still alive, that hope can be shared, and that strength is something we build together. Helping others does not drain us, it refills us. It is an act of courage, a declaration of care, and a reminder that our inner core is not fragile, but generous and strong. By lifting others, we discover how high we too can climb.
Chapter 13. Moving with Purpose. How the body nurtures a resilient mind. As you lie back and allow the day to fade behind you, it can be comforting to remember that your body and mind are partners, constantly, quietly supporting one another. Just as your thoughts shape how your body feels, the movements you make each day can profoundly shape your emotional world. There is a quiet strength that grows every time you move with intention, every time you care for your physical self. A strong mind is rooted in a strong body. Physical exercise, even in gentle forms like walking, stretching, or slow dancing to a favorite song, has been shown again and again to reduce stress and build vitality. The Mayo Clinic and countless researchers remind us that movement releases a natural cascade of helpful brain chemicals, endorphins that lift the spirit, serotonin that soothes anxiety, and hormones that help us feel steady and hopeful. After a stroll outside or a few minutes of active movement, it's often easier to breathe more freely, to think more clearly, and to feel more grounded in yourself. Inside the brain, exercise is working miracles we cannot see. When we move regularly, the brain produces something called brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF for short. Scientists sometimes describe it as fertilizer for the brain, because it encourages the growth of new neurons and helps our existing brain cells communicate more effectively. This process happens especially in the hippocampus, a region responsible for memory and emotional balance, an area that stress can weaken over time. Through movement, we actively protect and strengthen the very structures that help us stay emotionally stable. Exercise also serves as a gentle form of stress training. When our hearts beat faster and we breathe a little heavier in a controlled, safe environment, we are teaching the body how to handle stress and return to calm more efficiently. It's like giving our inner systems a rehearsal, so that when real-world pressures arrive, our bodies already know the way back to peace. High-intensity movement and aerobic exercise can also increase natural lactate levels, which cross into the brain and support even greater BDNF production. But that doesn't mean we need to push ourselves to extremes. Any exercise we enjoy, whether a peaceful walk in nature, swimming through cool water, or stretching gently before bed, can nourish the mind beautifully. What matters most is consistency, not intensity. Beyond chemistry and neuroscience, there is a deeply human benefit too. Moving our bodies reminds us that we are alive, that we have agency, that we can influence how we feel. Each time we complete a small physical goal, a short walk, a gentle cycling session, a few mindful stretches,
We build trust in our ability to take care of ourselves. We boost our confidence. We sleep more peacefully at night. And over time, we notice we are bouncing back more easily from life's challenges. So tonight, as your body rests, know that every moment you chose movement today, no matter how small, was a gift to your future self. And if movement has been difficult lately, that is okay. Your body will greet your next step with gratitude when you are ready. Exercise is not a demand or a punishment. It is a quiet celebration of resilience. With each intentional movement, you strengthen your inner core, nurture your mental well-being, and give your future days the energy and clarity they deserve. A resilient mind grows best inside a body that feels cared for, and every gentle step forward is a reminder that strength is not only within you, it is growing.
Chapter 14. Nourishing the Foundation. Food, Rest, and the Power They Give the Mind. As the night gently unfolds around you, it's a perfect moment to reflect on how extraordinary your body truly is. Every day, without you needing to direct it, your heart keeps beating, your lungs keep breathing, and your brain keeps thinking, solving, imagining, and dreaming. All of this happens quietly in the background, as long as you continue to nurture the basic needs of your body. Nutrition and sleep may seem ordinary, but they form the biological foundation of emotional strength and resilience. Think of your mind as a lighthouse. Its beam guides you through storms, helping you stay steady when life becomes turbulent. But for that light to shine steadily, the structure beneath must remain strong. Good nourishment and restorative sleep are the building blocks that keep your inner foundation solid. When we sleep deeply, a remarkable process takes place. The brain gets a chance to clean itself. A system called the glymphatic system begins to clear away metabolic waste, including harmful proteins that can accumulate when we are awake. At the same time, brain areas involved in memory and emotional regulation recharge and repair themselves. Without enough rest, the amygdala, the place where fear and stress responses originate, becomes up to 60% more reactive. Suddenly, small frustrations feel overwhelming. Worries grow louder. Decisions feel heavier. Sleep isn't a luxury, it's emotional protection. With consistent rest, 7 to 9 hours for most people, the prefrontal cortex, which helps us stay rational and calm, takes the lead again. Our emotions become easier to understand and manage. We begin each day with a mind that is steady, alert, and ready to face whatever comes. Nutrition is just as deeply connected to the resilience of the mind. Every meal we eat becomes a message to our brain. Foods rich in fiber, healthy fats, antioxidants, and vitamins, like those found in the Mediterranean diet, feed not just the body, but the emotional centers of the brain. Omega-3 fatty acids support cognitive health. Polyphenols protect against cell damage, and the nutrients in whole fruits, vegetables, and grains keep energy stable and the mood balanced. Deep inside the gut, billions of tiny microbes help produce neurotransmitters like serotonin, one of the brain's most important chemicals for happiness and calm. When we choose foods that nourish these microbes, fermented foods like yogurt or kimchi, leafy greens, nuts, seeds, beans, our gut sends signals upward through what scientists call the gut-brain axis.
These signals can reduce inflammation and protect the mind from the wear and tear that stress often brings. In simple terms, healthy foods and good sleep don't just help us survive, they help us stay soft, resilient, and hopeful. This explains why stress feels so much heavier when we are hungry or exhausted. The body is trying to call our attention back to what it needs. Sometimes the strongest and bravest act of self-care is as simple as going to bed on time, or choosing a meal that brings real nourishment rather than a quick burst of energy followed by a crash. Small daily choices become a form of self-kindness. Dimming the lights before bed, turning off screens earlier, drinking a glass of water before your morning coffee, including just one more colorful vegetable on your plate. These choices seem tiny on their own, but together they build a strong, supportive environment within you, a place where resilience can take root. So, as you prepare for sleep tonight, let your body know you are grateful for everything it has carried today. Let yourself sink into the softness beneath you, trusting that this rest is repairing more than you can see. Tomorrow another chance begins, another day where nourishment and sleep will quietly arm you with clarity, patience, and inner peace. Caring for your physical body is not separate from caring for your mind. They rise and recover together. And by honoring these daily needs, you are cultivating a deep and lasting strength, one that will carry you gently through the challenges ahead.
Chapter 15. A Calmer Mind. Reframing the stories we tell ourselves. As we come to the end of another day, thoughts tend to grow louder. The mind begins replaying moments, weighing decisions, and sometimes magnifying worries that felt smaller in the light of morning. In these quiet hours, self-criticism can sneak in easily. A single mistake can feel enormous. A passing doubt can feel like a certainty. But our thoughts are not always telling us the truth. And learning to gently reshape them, to guide them toward clarity and fairness, is one of the most powerful forms of inner strength we can cultivate. Cognitive reframing, a central tool in cognitive behavioral therapy, is the science-backed practice of examining the thoughts that trouble us and asking whether they are truly accurate. It isn't about pretending everything is perfect or forcing ourselves into blind positivity. Instead, it is about seeking honesty, the kind of truth that brings steadiness and hope, not fear. When the mind whispers, "I always fail," we can pause and ask, is that really true? Have I not overcome challenges before? When we catch ourselves thinking everything is ruined, we can look more closely. What parts can still be repaired? What have I learned here? This gentle questioning, sometimes called Socratic inquiry, helps separate facts from feelings. Our brains can sometimes fall into patterns known as cognitive distortions. We catastrophize, imagining the worst possible outcomes. We think in extremes, all or nothing, success or failure, with no balance in between. The mind means to protect us, but instead it amplifies danger and shrinks possibility. Through reframing, we interrupt this pattern. We acknowledge the emotion. Yes, this hurts. This is difficult. But we add perspective. I faced a setback, and setbacks are part of growing. This situation is challenging, and I can find a way through. Just one balanced thought can soften the edges of fear.
Neuroscience shows us that this process does more than change the way we talk to ourselves. It changes the way the brain responds to stress. When we reframe a negative thought, activity in the amygdala, our fear center, begins to quiet. Meanwhile, regions in the prefrontal cortex, responsible for rational judgment and emotional regulation, become more active. With practice, our emotional responses become calmer, more measured, more resilient. Reframing is a skill. The more we try it, the more automatic it becomes. Perhaps you could imagine yourself changing channels on a radio, switching from a frequency filled with static and anxiety to one where the message is clearer, kinder, and more helpful. Each shift reinforces the idea that we are not helpless passengers in our minds. We are participants, editors, authors of our internal stories. Picture a moment from your week that felt discouraging. Now imagine sitting beside your past self in that moment, offering the voice of a wise and patient friend. What would you say to them? What compassion would you offer? That same gentleness can be offered to yourself now. Balanced perspectives do not erase challenges, but they make challenges manageable. They turn fear into curiosity, mistakes into lessons, and weaknesses into areas for growth. They allow us to meet adversity not with defeat, but with understanding. So tonight, as your thoughts drift and settle, remember that you have the power to reshape the stories that weigh on your heart. You can choose a narrative that acknowledges difficulty while still believing in your capability. With every thought you reframe, you reinforce a quiet truth. Your mind can be a place of safety, not conflict. Resilience begins with the words we speak to ourselves, and in this moment, you can choose words that help you rest a little easier, ready for tomorrow, with a more compassionate view of who you are and what you can become.
Chapter 16. Embracing Life's Shifts. The Quiet Strength of Accepting Change. One of the truths we all share, no matter where we are in the world or what paths our lives have taken, is that everything changes. Seasons shift, people grow, circumstances evolve, sometimes faster than we feel ready for. Change can arrive gently, like a sunrise, or unexpectedly, like a sudden storm. Yet whether we welcome it or resist it, change does not ask for our permission. It simply unfolds. Psychologists remind us that accepting this inevitability is a powerful part of resilience. When we cling tightly to the way things used to be, we exhaust our emotional energy. Resistance keeps us locked in a struggle with reality, wanting life to return to a moment that has already passed. But when we soften our grip and allow ourselves to see things as they are now, we reclaim the strength needed to adapt. Acceptance is not the same as approval. It doesn't mean we must like what has changed. It simply means acknowledging the truth without turning away. When an unexpected hardship arrives, like losing a job, the end of a relationship, or a sudden change in plans, our first instinct might be to ask, "Why is this happening to me?" But acceptance slowly shifts that question into something more empowering. What can I do now? That gentle turn opens the door from emotional overwhelm to clear, calm problem solving.
This mindset is supported by research from psychological resilience experts at the American Psychological Association. They remind us that accepting change frees our energy to focus on what we can control rather than what we cannot. The mind transitions from a place of fear to one of capability. We begin to explore possibilities that were invisible while we were resisting. Adaptability, the ability to adjust our thoughts and behaviors in response to new conditions, is one of the strongest predictors of both life satisfaction and future success. Some describe it not simply as bouncing back, but bouncing forward. When we adapt, we do more than recover. We grow. We become wiser, more flexible, and more confident in our capacity to navigate uncertainty. Think for a moment about times in your life when everything felt unfamiliar at first. Perhaps a move to a new place, a shift in your work, or a transition in a relationship. At the time, fear may have whispered that everything is falling apart. But then, gradually, you learned to find your footing. You discovered new connections, new strengths, new versions of yourself. What once felt like a disruption eventually became part of your story, one that shaped who you are today. This is the quiet magic of acceptance. It turns endings into beginnings. When change feels overwhelming, you might try speaking a simple phrase aloud or silently in your heart. This is happening, and I can find my way through. Let that thought loosen the tension inside you. Let it remind you that you are capable of adjusting, step by step, moment by moment. As you rest tonight, think of acceptance as an act of self-kindness, a way of saying to yourself, I will not fight against the tide. I will learn to move with it. Flexibility is not weakness. It is wisdom. It is the understanding that life will continue to shift around us, and we can shift with it without losing who we are. Change may be constant, but so is your ability to adapt. And with each new season of your life, resilience deepens quietly, steadily within you.
Chapter 17. Holding on to light. How hope gently strengthens the heart.
As we drift toward rest at the end of the day, our thoughts often turn to what might come next, to the future that is still unfolding before us. It is in these quiet moments that hope becomes especially important. Hope is the soft light that continues to shine even when the path ahead feels uncertain or dim. It reminds us that tomorrow holds possibilities we cannot yet see. Psychologists describe hope as something much deeper than a wish or a fleeting feeling. According to Snyder's hope theory, hope is a cognitive system, a way of thinking that involves two powerful elements: the motivation to move toward our goals and the creativity to find pathways when obstacles appear. Hope says, I believe I can get there, and if one road is blocked, I will find another. This combination makes hope an active force, not a passive dream. It nudges us forward. It strengthens our capacity to plan, to adjust, and to persist. When life hands us challenges, a health struggle, a difficult transition, a moment of fear, hope keeps us engaged in the process of living.
helping us find solutions where despair would see only walls. Research shows that people who hold on to hope cope better with stress, pain, and illness. Their minds stay flexible, their hearts remain open to healing. Instead of assuming that difficulties will last forever, they recognize that troubles are temporary and can be overcome with patience and perseverance. Hope becomes a steady inner companion, whispering that progress is possible. Unlike simple optimism, which hopes that good things will happen on their own, true hope helps us build the future we long for. It inspires us to imagine what we want in vivid detail. It invites us to create pathways, clear steps and alternatives to make that vision real. By picturing ourselves moving forward, we send a message to the brain that action is ready to take shape. Sometimes, nurturing hope is as gentle as setting a small intention in the morning. I will look for one good thing today. Or asking yourself, even in hardship, where is the good that might be hiding here? Over time, the mind begins to notice glimmers of possibility more readily, like a camera adjusting to capture light even in darkness. Writing down goals can help. Visualizing what success might feel like can help. Remembering past challenges we have already survived can help. Gratitude, as we explored earlier, also supports hope by reminding us that goodness has touched our lives many times before and can return again. Hope also creates a sense of agency. When we expect that progress is possible, we are far more likely to act in ways that bring progress about. Hope sustains effort. It encourages us to keep reaching out, keep learning, keep trying, especially when the journey is slow. If you think back to the difficulties you faced, you may notice that hope, however small, was always present. Even when everything felt uncertain, something inside you carried you to this moment. That quiet courage is a sign of deep resilience. It tells you that your heart knows how to keep going. So tonight, as you prepare to rest, imagine the soft glow of hope warming your thoughts. Picture the future as a landscape not yet fully revealed, but full of pathways waiting to be discovered. Let hope offer comfort. There are still beautiful moments ahead. There are still answers waiting to be found. There are still reasons to move forward. Hope is not naive. It is brave. It is the inner strength that keeps the story moving, and it is already alive within you.
Chapter 18. The Wisdom You Already Carry. Learning from the Path Behind You. As the night deepens and your thoughts settle, this can be a comforting time to look back, not with regret or criticism, but with curiosity and kindness. Every challenge you faced, every moment you thought you wouldn't get through, yet did, holds a quiet lesson about the strength within you. Your past is not merely a collection of memories. It is a library of resilience, filled with stories of overcoming. There is great power in revisiting the times when life pressed hardest. Think of a moment when you felt lost, uncertain, or afraid. Maybe a relationship ended. Maybe you missed an opportunity you hoped for. Maybe life changed in a way you didn't expect. In those moments, you discovered something important. You adapted. You persisted. You made it through. And even if the journey felt clumsy or slow, you still found a path forward. Psychologists encourage what they call mining your personal history. It means looking back to find clues, strategies you used, strengths you leaned on,
support you reached for. These clues help us understand what we are capable of the next time life becomes difficult. This reflection builds something called self-efficacy, the belief that you can handle what comes next, because you already have. One gentle way to explore this is through reflective journaling. When we write down our memories and emotions, even messy ones, the mind begins to sort through them. Slowly, new meaning emerges. We see patterns. We recognize growth. We realize how resourceful we have become. What once looked like chaos begins to make sense, and that understanding becomes a tool we can use again. Some psychologists use an exercise called the river of life. Imagine your life as a flowing stream, moving forward with twists and turns. There were calm stretches, moments of ease and joy, and there were rocks and rapids, obstacles that slowed you, frightened you, or forced you to change direction. Yet through every sharp bend and sudden drop, you navigated. You kept going. The river still flows. When you take time to map this journey, to name the challenges and the inner tools that guided you, it becomes clear you have a proven history of resilience. You've already survived your hardest days. You've already adapted to unexpected change. You've already shown courage even when you doubted it was there. Sometimes we forget all the ways we've grown. We focus only on what remains difficult. But every scar on the heart tells a story, and those stories are reminders that you are stronger than you once were. Each obstacle refined you, taught you, and shaped you into the person who lies here tonight, still standing, still learning, still moving forward. So, as you drift toward sleep, try reflecting gently on one past challenge, just one, and the strengths that helped you through. Maybe it was patience. Maybe it was reaching out for support. Maybe it was simply breathing through the hardest hours until morning came. Your past isn't a burden, it is evidence. Evidence that you have met adversity before, and that you will meet it again with the same quiet determination. Your personal history is a blueprint, a map written in experience. Tonight, let that knowledge reassure you. You possess all the tools you need to keep going. You are not beginning from zero. You are already seasoned by survival. You have already done hard things, and you can do them again.
Chapter 19. Taking Gentle Action. How Proactive Problem-Solving Restores Control.
As the day fades into quiet darkness, the mind sometimes begins to wander through worries, unfinished tasks, uncertainties, or challenges that weigh on the heart. In those moments, problems can seem larger than they are, and we may feel powerless beneath their weight. But resilience grows when we remember that we are not helpless. We have the ability to take small, thoughtful steps forward, steps that bring clarity, reduce fear, and remind us that we are still in charge of our journey. Psychologists call this proactive coping, anticipating difficulties and preparing our hearts and minds before those difficulties become overwhelming. It means shifting gently from reacting to what happens to us, toward planning for what we can influence. Instead of waiting for storms to arrive, we gather an umbrella. Instead of fearing the future, we take actions that give us a sense of stability. You might picture a problem as a tangled knot of threads. When you try to pull all the threads at once, the knot tightens. But when you choose just one thread, a small piece of the challenge, and gently work with it, the knot slowly loosens. Breaking a big problem into manageable steps has that same calming effect. A challenge that once felt too heavy to lift becomes something you can carry, one piece at a time. This approach protects us from what psychologists describe as learned helplessness, the belief that we have no control and therefore no reason to try. Action, even in its smallest form, becomes the antidote to that feeling. A single step reminds us, I can do something. I am not stuck. I am capable. Research shows that people who practice proactive coping gradually build internal and external resources that protect them from future stress. For example, saving a little money over time creates a safety net before unexpected events arrive. Reaching out to new colleagues before needing help forms a network of support. Learning how to calm the mind before a stressful moment helps us stay steady when challenges appear. Sometimes the first step is simply writing the problem down. Seeing it on the page can transform a swirling worry into a defined shape, something you can work with. From there, you might decide what small action feels possible today. A phone call, a conversation, a search for information, a 5-minute task that breaks the freeze of anxiety. Each tiny act sparks a little momentum. Each moment of momentum sparks a little hope. Taking action doesn't mean rushing or forcing yourself to fix everything at once. It simply means choosing movement over stagnation, preparation over panic, intention over fear. Imagine telling yourself, I don't have to solve this tonight. I just need to take one gentle step. That step becomes proof that you are capable of shaping your path. And over time, those steps collect, like footprints, guiding you through uncertainty and toward confidence. Proactive problem-solving is resilience in motion. It is choosing to participate in your own life, even when things feel unpredictable. It says to the world and to yourself, I will prepare. I will adapt. I will keep moving. So, as you rest tonight, let any worry transform into a soft promise that tomorrow you will take one step, just one, toward light, toward clarity, toward the life you are building. And even here, in the stillness of this moment, that intention alone is already a form of strength.
Chapter 20. Seeing Your Strength. How Visualization Prepares the Mind to Succeed. Before sleep arrives, the imagination becomes a powerful doorway. In the quiet moments with your eyes closed, your mind creates entire worlds, places where challenges can be faced before they happen, where confidence can be rehearsed, and where success begins long before you take your first real step. This is the power of visualization. Athletes, musicians, surgeons, and performers of every kind use this mental training to prepare for important moments. They picture themselves moving through each step with clarity. They feel the grip of the equipment, hear the sounds of the environment, sense the calm and focus in their bodies. By the time the real moment arrives, their minds have already lived it. Visualization is not just imagination. It is a neurological exercise. When you vividly picture yourself acting with strength and skill, your brain activates many of the same pathways used during real action. The motor cortex lights up. Muscles prepare. The nervous system learns calm familiarity. What you imagine becomes a type of practice. But here is something interesting. Research shows that the most effective form of visualization is not simply seeing the final reward or victory. It is picturing the entire journey to get there. The steps, the skills, and even the obstacles. This is called process visualization. Instead of imagining yourself holding the trophy, you imagine the work that led you to it. The early starts, the steady breaths, the difficult moments handled with grace. When you visualize the process, you prepare the mind for what might go wrong, and how you will navigate those struggles with resilience. You create muscle memory not only for success, but for persistence. You build a mental map for how to continue when things become challenging. You can try this gently tonight. Think of something ahead that stirs a little nervousness, perhaps a presentation, a difficult conversation, or a personal goal you secretly desire. Close your eyes and picture yourself there. Imagine your breath calm and steady. Imagine speaking or acting with clarity and intention. See the environment around you, the light, the space, the details that make it real. Feel confidence rising, not because the situation is easy, but because you are prepared. These mental rehearsals lower performance anxiety and increase focus. The brain becomes familiar with success, not future success as a fantasy, but success as a lived experience. With each visualization, you strengthen an inner belief. I can handle this. I know how to move through this moment. I am capable. Just as an actor practices lines before stepping into the spotlight, you can practice courage before life asks for it. Every time you visualize yourself navigating challenges with grace, you create a blueprint for resilience. When the moment comes, your mind will already know the way. Tonight, allow yourself to imagine the life you are building, a life where you meet challenges with patience, make choices with confidence, and rise from obstacles with steady determination. See that version of yourself clearly. Feel the strength within that image. What you can picture, you can grow into. Your mind is quietly preparing you for the victories waiting ahead. And tomorrow, when you take even the smallest step forward, you will know that you have already walked there, in your thoughts, in your courage, in your dreams.
Chapter 21. Speaking to Yourself with Kindness. The Quiet Power of Affirmations. Before you drift into rest tonight, take a moment to notice the voice inside your mind, the one that narrates your life from the moment you wake until your eyes close again. That voice is powerful. It shapes the way you see yourself, and it influences how you handle every challenge that comes your way. When that inner voice offers kindness instead of criticism, steady reassurance instead of doubt, you begin to build a foundation of inner strength that supports you through all of life's seasons. This is where positive affirmations come in. Affirmations are simple, meaningful statements we tell ourselves about who we are and what we are capable of. They may be short, just a few words spoken softly under your breath, but their impact can reach deeply into the mind. When we repeat phrases like, "I cope well under pressure," or "I am learning every day," we nurture confidence in our abilities. We strengthen what psychologists call self-integrity, a belief that we are enough, even when life becomes difficult. According to self-affirmation theory, developed by Claude Steele, affirmations work by expanding the way we view ourselves. Instead of measuring our worth by a single situation, a mistake at work, or an awkward moment in a conversation, we remember that we are many things at once. We are creative, caring, resilient, curious, growing. When one area of life feels shaky, those other parts continue to hold us up. This widening of self-understanding protects us from what scientists call ego depletion, that feeling of being emotionally drained or defeated. Instead of reacting defensively when something goes wrong, we stay grounded. Our self-worth remains intact. We can think more clearly, recover more quickly, and continue moving forward without losing hope. Affirmations also support what mental toughness expert Peter Clough describes as confidence, one of the key components of resilience. When you speak encouraging truths to yourself regularly, you begin to internalize them. Your inner voice becomes not a critic, but a coach, a companion, a source of calm when challenges appear. To make affirmations work, the words must feel real to you. Choose statements that resonate deeply, like, "I have overcome challenges before," "I am capable of growth," "I am kind, and kindness is strength," "I am doing my best, and my best is enough." Some people find it soothing to speak their affirmations in the mirror. Others prefer to write them in a journal or whisper them during slow, mindful breaths. Over time, these words become woven into the fabric of the mind. Negative thoughts grow quieter. Self-doubt loosens its hold. The belief in your own inner power takes root. Think of affirmations as nourishment for the spirit, something small you can offer yourself each day to stay strong and balanced. They remind you that your worth does not depend on perfection. They remind you that you carry courage inside you, even when fear tries to hide it. They remind you that kindness directed toward yourself is not indulgence, it is care. Tonight, perhaps you might try one gentle affirmation, spoken softly, just for you. "I am growing stronger every day." Let those words settle into your heart. Let them steady your breath. Allow them to become the first building block of a mental home where you feel safe, valued, and strong. Your voice has power. And when you speak with compassion, you shape a belief that becomes unbreakable.
Chapter 22. Turning Thoughts into Healing. Journaling for a Stronger Inner Life.
As the night embraces you and the world around quiets down, your mind may still be processing the experiences of the day, moments that lifted you up, moments that challenged you, and moments that left emotions lingering beneath the surface. Sometimes, those thoughts can swirl endlessly when left inside the mind. But when we begin to gently place those thoughts into words, something remarkable happens. Clarity forms where chaos once lived. Journaling is more than writing. It is a private conversation with yourself, one where honesty feels safe and emotions are allowed to unfold without judgment. Researchers, including psychologist James Pennebaker, have found that expressive writing for even 15 or 20 minutes a day can support healing in surprising ways. It can strengthen the immune system. It can reduce emotional distress. It can even help people move more confidently into the next chapter of their lives after hardship. Why does writing hold such power? Part of the answer lies in how the brain responds. Stressful experiences often create tangled thoughts, a mix of fear, confusion, and unanswered questions. These emotions can remain stuck, looping again and again if we never give them space to breathe. When we turn them into sentences and stories, we are transforming that emotional weight into something structured and understandable. Instead of overwhelming the emotional centers of the brain, the experience becomes organized by the reasoning and language centers. What once felt like too much to carry becomes something we can finally hold and examine gently. Writing allows us to reflect. What happened? How did I feel? What helped me stay steady? These questions reveal the strategies and strengths we already possess, strengths we can use again when new challenges come. Journaling also encourages meaning-making. We begin to understand not just what happened, but what it taught us, how it shaped us, and how we can grow forward from it. Sometimes, journaling shows us that even on our hardest days, we made one good choice, took one brave step, reached out for one bit of support. These small actions become reminders that we are capable of coping, even when it doesn't feel like it. You might end a journal entry by offering your future self a gentle intention. Tomorrow, I will take a short walk if I feel overwhelmed. Tomorrow, I will call someone who helps me feel grounded. Such simple commitments help turn reflection into action, and action into resilience. Journaling isn't about writing beautifully or perfectly. It isn't for anyone else's eyes. It is a form of emotional self-care, a tool to lighten the mental load, a space to be both vulnerable and strong. Over time, you may notice patterns, old habits you are ready to release, and new strengths beginning to emerge. Think of journaling as listening to your inner mentor, your wiser, gentler self, speaking through the page. With each entry, that voice becomes clearer, steadier, more supportive. It guides you not with pressure, but with patience. Tonight, if thoughts are still stirring within you, perhaps you might write them down, even just a sentence or two. Let the page hold what your heart doesn't need to carry alone anymore. You have wisdom inside you,
earned through every experience you've lived. Journaling simply helps you hear it more clearly.
Chapter 23. Growing Stronger Through Gentle Challenges. The Art of Stress Inoculation. As you rest tonight, think about how remarkable the human mind truly is. Within each of us lives a quiet adaptability, a capacity to face challenges that once seemed intimidating, and to gradually transform them into something manageable, even familiar. Resilience is not built all at once. It grows slowly, gently, through moments when we choose to face discomfort with courage, even if that courage is soft and trembling. Psychologists have a name for this process: stress inoculation training, developed by Donald Meichenbaum. The idea is simple but powerful. Just as the immune system becomes stronger when it encounters small, controlled exposures to a threat, the mind becomes stronger when we introduce it to manageable doses of stress. Never too much, never too fast, but just enough to learn that we can handle more than we once believed. This approach unfolds in 3 thoughtful phases. It begins with understanding, recognizing the nature of your stress, how it shows up in your body, the thoughts it brings, and the patterns it tends to follow. Instead of fearing these reactions, you become curious about them. You learn their shapes and rhythms, like studying the weather before going outside. Next comes skill building. You gather tools that help you cope: slow breathing that calms the heartbeat, a kinder inner voice that challenges fear's exaggerations, grounding techniques that keep the moment from feeling too big. These skills act as anchors, giving you stability even when emotions rise. And then, when you feel ready, you step into the practice phase. You introduce yourself to a small version of the stressor you once avoided. If public speaking makes your heart race, you might begin by speaking a few sentences to a friend. If social situations feel overwhelming, you might start by saying hello to just one new person. If a feared task feels impossible, you might spend only 5 minutes with it today. Then, you rest. You breathe. And over time, you step forward again. Each small exposure sends a new message to the brain. I can tolerate this. I can survive this. The nervous system learns that the alarm bell does not need to ring as loudly. Fear begins to shrink. Confidence gently expands. A challenge that once looked like a mountain eventually becomes a hill, and one day simply part of the scenery. This process does not demand perfection or bravery without hesitation. It welcomes gradual progress. It honors the tiny victories. It celebrates the moment when your hands still shake, but you speak anyway, because something within you whispers, I want to grow. Stress inoculation teaches us that strength is not the absence of discomfort. It is the ability to stay present and move forward despite that discomfort. Each controlled challenge becomes a vote for the person you are becoming, someone more capable, more grounded, more willing to trust in your own resilience.
Tonight, as you relax into the comfort of your bed, think of one thing that once frightened you, but no longer does. You have already walked this path of growth more times than you realize. You have stepped into new environments. You have learned new skills. You have endured unexpected moments and found a way through. That is stress inoculation, and you have been practicing it your entire life. As tomorrow arrives, maybe you will take one small step into a new challenge. Maybe you will let yourself try just a little. Each step is a gentle strengthening. Each moment of discomfort survived becomes proof that you are sturdier than before. Controlled challenges do not break you.
They forge you. And with each quiet act of courage, you are building a future where the things that once frightened you become the very experiences that helped you grow.
Chapter 24. Breathing Peacefully. How your breath can bring you back to calm. As the day winds down and your head finds its place on the pillow, there is a quiet truth resting within you. Your breath has always been here, gently supporting you from your very first moment of life. Often unnoticed, it continues without effort, rising and falling like waves on a calm sea. And yet, within this simple, constant act lies one of the most powerful tools we have for calming the mind and steadying the heart. Deep breathing is one of the easiest ways to guide the body out of stress and into safety. When life speeds up, when worries come knocking at your mind or your heart feels restless, you can call upon your breath like a trusted companion. A slow inhale, a long, gentle exhale, and something inside begins to shift. There is real science behind this quiet magic. When we breathe deeply, letting the belly soften and expand, we activate the vagus nerve, a communication pathway connecting breath, heartbeat, and emotional state. This signals the parasympathetic nervous system, often called the rest and digest response, to switch on. Heart rate slows. Blood pressure gently eases. The body steps away from fight or flight alertness and returns to a state of calm and connection. Neuroscientists describe this as increasing vagal tone, a sign of resilience and flexibility in the nervous system. At a pace of about 6 slow breaths per minute, the heart begins to rhythmically synchronize with the breath in a soothing pattern called respiratory sinus arrhythmia. These shifts don't just feel relaxing in the moment. They help build a stronger foundation for handling future stress. The beauty of deep breathing is its simplicity. You don't need equipment, or a special environment, or long stretches of time. You can use it anywhere, in a quiet room before sleep, during a pause in your day, or even when faced with unexpected stress. You might try a pattern that feels like a gentle tide. A soft inhale through the nose, a calm pause, then a long, slow exhale through the mouth,
as if releasing tension into the air around you. Maybe you'll place a hand over your heart or your belly, just to feel the movement. With each cycle of breath, the body begins to remember safety. Muscles loosen. Thoughts soften. The world becomes a little quieter. Breathing like this does more than soothe the moment. It teaches the nervous system a new habit. When challenges arise, the first response does not have to be panic. It can be presence. It can be calm. Over time, the body learns to return to balance more quickly, like a river flowing naturally back into its familiar course after a storm. Each breath is an invitation, a soft reminder that you are here, that you are safe, that calmness is always within reach. As you drift toward sleep tonight, imagine your breath as a gentle anchor, holding you in a space of comfort. With every inhale, you draw in steadiness. With every exhale, you release what you no longer need to carry. Slowly, the world outside fades, and inner peace rises. Your breath has been your companion through every moment you've lived, and now it can become your guide, leading you back to yourself, to stillness, to the quiet strength that lives within. Let each breath tonight remind you you can return to calm any time. You already possess the tools. They live within you, as close as your next inhale.
Chapter 25. Staying the Course. How Persistence Quietly Builds Strength Over Time. As the night settles in around you, you might find your thoughts drifting to unfinished dreams, the goals that matter deeply, yet sometimes feel just out of reach. Perhaps there have been moments where progress slowed, motivation faded, or setbacks left you wondering whether to keep going. In these moments, resilience reveals one of its most powerful forms: persistence. The decision to continue even when the path becomes steep. Psychologist Angela Duckworth describes this quality as grit, the blend of passion and perseverance for long-term goals. Her research has shown that grit can predict success more accurately than intelligence alone. Whether in national spelling competitions, demanding military programs, or the everyday achievements of ordinary people pursuing personal growth, grit is the quiet driver behind meaningful accomplishment. But persistence is often misunderstood. It isn't about pushing relentlessly without rest, nor is it about forcing progress when you're exhausted. True persistence is steady and patient. It is like a long, winding marathon, not a quick sprint. It honors the rhythm of effort and recovery, knowing that progress grows slowly, day by day, choice by choice. At times, persistence may feel unremarkable. Repeating a skill, practicing again, facing the same challenge tomorrow that you did today. It can feel boring or frustrating. Yet this deliberate practice, focused effort to improve one small part at a time, is what shapes capability. Musicians rehearse the same measure. Writers adjust the same sentence. Students solve the same type of problem again and again until it clicks. Through this consistent repetition, strength is forged.
This kind of perseverance thrives on something psychologists call a growth mindset, the belief that abilities can improve with effort. If you stumble, it doesn't mean you are incapable, only that you are still learning. You can gently remind yourself, "This is hard because I am growing." That simple shift turns obstacles into stepping stones. Think for a moment of any success you've had in your life. Chances are it wasn't instant. It took time, commitment, revisions, doubts overcome, plans rewritten. And each small step, even the ones that felt insignificant, brought you closer to where you are now. When persistence becomes challenging, you might break your goal into tiny, manageable pieces. 5 minutes of practice, 1 page read, 1 phone call made. These small victories, though quiet, accumulate, and over weeks or months, they become undeniable proof that you can keep moving forward no matter the pace. You might also connect your efforts to a deeper purpose, a vision of the person you want to become or the impact you hope to make. When you remember why the goal matters, the journey feels worthwhile again. That inner purpose becomes the fuel that keeps you steady through the slow, sometimes uncertain middle parts of growth. Tonight, allow yourself to recognize how persistent you already are. You have continued through disappointment. You have returned to tasks you once believed were too difficult. You have woken up each day and chosen to keep going. That is strength, quiet, powerful, and real. If tomorrow offers a challenge, you can meet it with the gentle reassurance, "I may not move fast, but I am still moving. I may falter, but I will rise again." Persistence doesn't need applause or attention. It reveals itself in the quiet moments when no one is watching, in the decision to try one more time. And each time you continue, even with the smallest step, you are proving something profound to yourself. You do not give up easily. You are capable of long journeys. You are building strength that will endure.
Chapter 26. Flowing like water. Strength through flexibility. As you settle into rest tonight, think of how nature handles change. A tree bends in the storm so that its roots remain intact. A river adjusts its course when rocks appear, yet continues forward with grace. The world around us is full of examples of flexibility, quiet adaptations that allow life to endure and even flourish despite uncertainty. We, too, are meant to bend rather than break. Emotional resilience isn't only about enduring what is difficult. It is also about learning to shift, to adapt, to rethink what seemed certain. This capacity, known as cognitive flexibility, is the mind's gentle way of welcoming change. It is the skill of stepping out of rigid expectations and allowing ourselves to see new possibilities. Psychologists define cognitive flexibility as the ability to move between different perspectives or solutions when needed. When life does not unfold the way we hoped, flexibility invites us to pause, breathe, and say, "Perhaps there is another way."
Instead of feeling stuck in a single plan, we allow ourselves to rethink and adjust. This does not mean letting go of goals or values, only loosening our grip on the exact path we believe must take us there. Research shows that cognitive flexibility supports emotional well-being in profound ways. When we can shift our attention from what is going wrong to what can be done next, rumination loses its power. The brain's prefrontal cortex, the part that helps us plan and problem solve, works together with deeper emotional regions to guide us out of the spiral of stress. This partnership helps us refocus, reframe, and recover. In everyday life, this flexibility might look beautifully simple. If a carefully crafted plan changes unexpectedly, you explore a different timeline instead of giving up. If a long-held belief is challenged by new insights, you remain curious rather than defensive. If fear whispers there is only one path, you remind yourself that life offers many. And when a routine falls apart, you create a new one that fits the moment. Sometimes, flexibility grows from the smallest choices. Taking a new route home, trying a different strategy, accepting help instead of insisting on doing everything alone. Every time you allow your mind to expand and explore a new possibility, you strengthen your adaptability, like gently stretching a muscle that is learning how to move more freely. What if you approached life like water? Water never loses itself when its direction shifts. It continues flowing, finding openings, creating new paths, turning obstacles into part of its journey. Flexibility allows us to do the same, to move forward even when tomorrow doesn't look like yesterday. As you drift closer to sleep, maybe you can reflect on moments when you've already shown this skill. Think of a time when you adjusted to a change you didn't ask for and still managed to continue. You have adapted more times than you realize. Each adaptation is a testament to your resilience. Flexibility is not weakness. It is intelligence in motion. It is strength that chooses to move rather than remain stuck. It is the quiet confidence that there is always another way, another idea, another step, another version of hope. Tonight, give yourself permission to bend gently. Let your thoughts soften. Let tomorrow's possibilities remain open. Trust that you are capable of flowing with life rather than resisting it. You are learning how to grow through what shifts around you, to stay rooted, yet gracefully adaptable. You are learning how to be like water.
Chapter 27. Finding Strength in Connection. How belonging helps us heal. As you settle into the stillness of this evening, take a quiet moment to notice something comforting. Even when you feel alone, you are part of a much bigger web of life. You are connected to people you care about, to the communities you belong to, and to the world that surrounds you. This sense of connection holds a profound power. It nurtures resilience. It helps you feel grounded, supported,
and understood. There is a beautiful framework in psychology called salutogenesis, created by Aaron Antonovsky. Instead of focusing on what makes us sick, it asks a more hopeful question: what keeps us well? At the heart of this idea is something called a sense of coherence, a deep feeling that life, even in its most complicated forms, can be understood, managed, and lived with meaning. This sense of coherence has three gentle pillars: comprehensibility, the belief that the world makes sense, at least enough to navigate it; manageability, the trust that we have the resources, inner and outer, to cope with what life brings; meaningfulness, the feeling that challenges are worth the effort because our lives hold purpose; and human connection supports each one of these pillars. When you feel linked to others, even in subtle or quiet ways, stress becomes lighter, not gone, but shared. A conversation with a friend can make confusion feel clearer. A hug or a kind message can remind you that you have help nearby. A common purpose shared with a group can make hardship feel like a collective journey rather than a solitary struggle. Researchers describe this as a resource caravan, a moving collection of emotional, social, and practical support that accompanies you through life's changing landscapes. These resources may come from family, friendships, communities, shared beliefs, or even strangers who reach out with generosity when you least expect it. Humans are wired for connection. When we feel seen and valued, our nervous system settles. Our hearts soften. Oxytocin, the bonding hormone, gently lowers stress and lifts mood. We begin to remember that we were never designed to do life entirely alone. Connectedness can appear in so many forms. A heartfelt conversation that reminds you someone truly cares. A team or group that offers camaraderie and laughter. A faith or spiritual community that gives you a sense of shared meaning. A neighborhood where people wave or offer help when needed. An online support space where strangers encourage one another through similar struggles. Even giving support can build resilience. Each time you reach out to help someone else, you are strengthening your own inner world as well, reminding yourself that you have something valuable to offer. Tonight, if you feel distant or disconnected, gently remind yourself that belonging is not a fixed state. It is a living, breathing connection that can grow again. You can take small steps to nurture it, reaching out to someone you trust, joining a group that sparks your interest, showing kindness to a neighbor, or simply allowing yourself to be open to the world around you. Your story is intertwined with many others. You influence lives without even realizing it. You are part of a larger unfolding picture, one that becomes more beautiful when we walk together, support one another, and remember that we are all navigating the mystery of life side by side. Connection does not just help us survive, it helps us thrive. It is a reminder that even in moments of loneliness, you are held by the invisible threads of community, love, and shared humanity. You are not alone, and you do not have to face the world by yourself. Chapter 28. Standing Steady. How Inner Firmness Carries You Through Life's Storms. As night settles gently around you, Imagine yourself rooted like a strong and steady tree. There may be winds and storms, moments of uncertainty and pressure, yet your roots hold you firm. Your branches bend, but do not break. This quiet, unwavering stability is what psychologists call mental toughness, a calm determination that helps you keep moving forward even when the path becomes difficult. One way to understand this powerful inner strength is through what Peter Cloud describes as the 4 C's of mental toughness: control, commitment, challenge, and confidence. Each one is like a pillar supporting your resilience. The first pillar, control, is the belief that you have influence over your life, over your choices, your actions, and even your emotional responses. When things around you feel chaotic, emotional control allows you to take a deep breath and remain centered rather than being swept away by stress. Life control reminds you that even if you cannot shape every event, you can shape how you respond. Next is commitment, the willingness to stay engaged and follow through. It means showing up for yourself day by day, even on mornings when motivation is quiet or progress is slow. Commitment turns intentions into habits, and habits into transformation. It is the calm voice inside that says, "Let's try again tomorrow." Then comes challenge, the belief that change is not something to fear, but an invitation to grow. Obstacles are not dead ends, but stepping stones. When you adopt this mindset, even discomfort becomes a teacher. You start to look at difficult situations and think, what can I learn from this? Or, how might this help me become stronger? And finally, confidence. The trust you place in your own abilities and your capacity to connect with others. Confidence whispers, "I can handle this," especially when doubt tries to silence your courage. It encourages you to take small risks, speak up, and believe that your voice matters. Together, these 4 qualities create a form of inner firmness, an unshakable resilience that allows you to remain grounded when adversity arrives. You are not rigid or harsh. You are steady, capable of weathering pressure without losing yourself. Firmness grows gradually through small acts of bravery. Making a difficult phone call, trying again after a setback, or simply choosing patience when frustration rises. Each time you remain steady in the face of stress, you strengthen your inner foundation. You begin to trust yourself more deeply, knowing you have survived challenges before and can do so again. You can also find inspiration in others, people whose stories reflect courage and perseverance. Their experiences remind you that firmness is not a trait one is simply born with. It is developed with practice, patience, and compassion toward oneself. Tonight, as you breathe gently and release the weight of the day, remember this: determination does not need to be loud. It does not demand perfection or constant progress. True firmness is quiet.
It lives in persistence, in your willingness to keep going, one gentle step at a time. Tell yourself softly, I have faced storms before, and I am still here. I can stay steady. I can grow through this. There will be wins again. Life always brings them. But with each calm act of resolve, your roots grow deeper. And soon, you may notice that what once felt overwhelming now feels manageable, even meaningful. Your inner strength is already growing. Your firmness is already forming. With each breath tonight, you are becoming stronger. Strong in a steady, peaceful way that will carry you through tomorrow and beyond.
Chapter 29. Creativity as a Path to Strength. Discovering New Ways to Rise. As you rest tonight, let your mind wander for a moment. Think of the times in your life when you found a way forward, even when the usual answers didn't seem to work. Perhaps you improvised. Perhaps you imagined a different route. That quiet spark of innovation, that ability to see new possibilities, is creativity, and it isn't limited to painters or musicians or designers. It lives in every person who has ever adapted, improvised, or solved a problem under pressure.
Creativity is a form of resilience. Psychologists call it divergent thinking, the capacity to generate many different solutions to a single challenge. When life presents you with obstacles, creativity is what helps you realize that there is more than one path through the uncertainty. It reminds you that a setback is not the end of the story, just a moment inviting a new approach. Creative thinking also supports emotional healing. When something painful or unexpected disrupts life, the brain sometimes struggles to make sense of the change. Through writing, music, drawing, or imaginative reflection, we create new meaning from what happened. We construct new narratives about who we are and who we can become. This is called post-traumatic growth, finding strength and learning in the aftermath of hardship. And there is science behind this softness. Engaging in creative acts releases dopamine, one of the brain's feel-good chemicals. It increases the brain's connectivity, building bridges between ideas and possibilities. This strengthens cognitive flexibility, helping us shift mentally when situations require adaptation. Creativity opens doors where our stress may try to build walls. Think about the small creative decisions you make without even noticing. Finding a new way to overcome procrastination. Exploring a different route home. Reframing a problem so it suddenly feels more manageable. Turning a mistake into something unexpectedly beautiful. These moments are not trivial. They are proof that you can think beyond limits, that you can invent solutions, that you can rise above obstacles through imagination and adaptability. You can nurture this strength in simple, soothing ways, by journaling, doodling, or crafting ideas without judgment, by asking yourself, what if there is another approach? By playing with possibilities and allowing the mind to explore. Sometimes the best ideas arrive not with effort, but with relaxation.
A long shower, a quiet walk, a peaceful evening like this one. When the mind feels safe, curiosity awakens. And curiosity is the birthplace of creativity. Tonight, as your thoughts drift like clouds, know that innovative thinking is part of who you are. You have imagined new beginnings before. You have invented solutions beneath pressure. You have adapted with grace time and time again. There will always be more than one path forward. Creativity helps you see them. So gently tell yourself, if one way closes, I will find another. My imagination is powerful. I can create a new solution, a new story, a new start. Creativity is not just a skill. It is a quiet courage, an inner voice whispering that you can transform challenges into opportunities, fear into curiosity, and uncertainty into hope. Even as you sleep, your mind continues weaving possibilities, preparing new ways to help you rise tomorrow.
Chapter 30. Gaining Gentle Perspective. Stepping back to see more clearly. As the worries of the day begin to fade, and your body settles into rest, your mind may still hold on to certain feelings, strong emotions that feel heavy or tangled. It is natural to become absorbed in these feelings, to feel as though you are inside them rather than observing them from afar. But there is a peaceful skill that can help you breathe through these intense moments. The ability to step back and view your emotions with a little distance. Scientists call this self-distancing, and it was pioneered by psychologist Ethan Kross. Instead of seeing yourself trapped within a stressful situation, self-distancing invites you to imagine the scene from a calmer, third-person perspective, as though you were watching from a quiet distance, or observing events gently from above. This small mental shift can change everything. When overwhelming emotions flood the heart, fear, frustration, sadness, the brain often slips into fight or flight mode. Thoughts race. The moment feels too big. But when you take a step back, even in your imagination, the emotional storm begins to quiet. The brain engages regions responsible for reason and wise decision-making, allowing clarity to emerge where chaos once stood. One technique researchers have found particularly helpful is called Iliism, referring to yourself in the third person. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" you might ask, "How can Alex handle this challenge?" By using your own name instead of I, you gently shift from the role of the overwhelmed protagonist to the compassionate guide, offering support rather than panic. Another visualization is to picture your stressful moment playing out on a cinema screen. You are seated comfortably in the audience, watching at a safe distance. The scene is real, but you are no longer in it. You are a calm witness, able to think clearly and stay grounded. Even something as simple as physically changing your location, stepping outside the room, slowing your breath, or gazing toward a window can create space between your emotions and your actions. With this space, feelings become easier to understand, easier to hold, easier to heal. This kind of detachment isn't avoidance. It is not pushing feelings away. In fact, self-distancing allows emotions to be fully acknowledged, but without drowning in them. You recognize your feelings with kindness and curiosity. I notice that I am angry. I see that I am anxious. I understand that I am hurt. Labeling emotions like this helps the mind process them more gently. And research shows it even lowers blood pressure and reduces the emotional intensity of stressful moments. You can try scheduling a simple worry time earlier in the day, giving anxious thoughts a container so they don't spill into every moment. And when bedtime arrives, you can give yourself permission to set those thoughts aside. I will return to this tomorrow with a clearer mind. Tonight, allow yourself to imagine stepping out of the moment just enough to breathe. Picture your strength from a compassionate distance. Watch yourself surviving, adapting, learning, even when things felt impossible. From afar, you may notice something beautiful. You are doing better than you think. You are making progress, even when progress feels hidden. Your emotions may be loud, but you are becoming steadier, wiser, stronger. Self-distancing gives you the chance to see your life not as a single moment of stress, but as a bigger story. A story in which you are continually growing. With each gentle step back, you gain the clarity to move forward again, peacefully, thoughtfully, and with renewed strength. Tonight, let perspective be your comfort. Let distance create space for calm. And let that calm remind you, you are in control of how you meet each moment, and you have the power to rise above the overwhelm.
Chapter 31. Gentle Steps Toward Greatness. The Power of Micro-Progress. Tonight, let us slow down together and explore a gentle truth that often goes unnoticed. Progress does not need to be loud or dramatic to change your life. It can arrive quietly, in tiny moments, like small footprints on a long path. Each step so small that you might overlook it, unless you choose to see it. Psychologists Teresa Amabile and Stephen Kramer, through their inspiring work, The Progress Principle, discovered something beautifully simple. The strongest force that lifts our emotions, our motivation, and our sense of meaning in daily life is progress, even very small progress. When we take a single step forward in something that matters to us, our brain responds with a spark of joy, a tiny celebration within. Dopamine is released, not as a reward for finishing something big, but simply for moving forward. That small shift encourages us to keep going. It reassures us that change is happening, even if it is invisible to others. In your mind, you carry a natural tendency to notice what goes wrong more than what goes right.
Psychologists call this the negativity bias. It is an ancient survival skill, useful once, but today it can overshadow the many quiet victories that fill your days. But every time you acknowledge a small win, you soften that bias. You teach your brain to recognize possibility instead of threat, growth instead of fear. Amabile and Kramer also found that progress thrives when we surround ourselves with what they call catalysts and nourishers. Catalysts may be simple actions, organizing a messy desk, setting a clear goal, breaking a task into parts. Nourishers are the human touches, a kind word, a moment of encouragement, a reminder that you are not alone. Together, these elements create the emotional fuel we need to keep going. Imagine you are standing at the base of a tall mountain. The peak seems impossibly far away. Instead of staring at that distant summit, allow yourself to focus on the first foothold, and then the next, and then the next. Big mountains have always been climbed this way, not by leaps, but by step after gentle step. Maybe you have a goal like, I want to be healthier this year. That can feel overwhelming, like a mountain with no visible path. Instead, you might whisper to yourself, today, I will add a salad to one meal. Or, I will walk for 10 peaceful minutes. When you complete even a simple act like that, your brain gathers evidence that you are capable, that progress is real. Psychologists call this self-efficacy, the growing belief in your ability to succeed. One tiny action at a time, the belief strengthens. You can begin right now. Write down the smallest possible next step towards something you care about. If you are a writer, let it be, write one sentence. If you are trying to reconnect with someone, maybe it is simply, send a message saying hello. Then, when you do it, pause. Breathe. Notice it. Allow yourself to feel the quiet pride of completion. Because these tiny actions, they add up. Slowly at first, like drops of rain. Then, over days and weeks, they become a stream, and eventually a river carving its own path. When you log your mini milestones, your mind begins to trust the journey. A checked box on a to-do list, a note in a journal, even a gentle mental high five, that smile you give only yourself. Every moment of progress, no matter how small, becomes a reminder that you are in motion, that you are alive, that you are capable of transformation. So tonight, allow this message to settle softly in your heart. You do not need a giant leap. You do not need a sudden breakthrough. You just need one more small step, and then another. And one day, perhaps sooner than you expect, you will look back and see how far you have climbed. For now, celebrate the smallest win. Because in the story of your life, micro-progress is not minor. It is the beginning of immense power.
Chapter 32. Choosing what truly heals. Letting go of unhealthy coping. As the day draws to a close and your thoughts begin to settle, let us reflect gently on something that affects us all. How we cope with stress, fear, and emotional pain.
When life feels heavy, many of us instinctively search for a way to escape the discomfort. It is a deeply human response to want relief, even if only for a moment. But the choices we make in those moments can either strengthen us or slowly chip away at the resilience we are trying to build. Experts at the American Psychological Association remind us that resilience is not only about adding positive habits into our lives, it is also about letting go of the ones that pull us backwards. Substances, avoidance, numbing behaviors, they might appear to give temporary protection, as if placing a soft blanket over our difficult feelings. But beneath that layer, the feelings remain untouched, waiting, sometimes growing heavier by the day. Psychologists call these patterns maladaptive coping. They include things like drinking excessively, overeating for comfort, endlessly scrolling on a phone to escape, withdrawing from others, or pretending problems do not exist. For a short while, they may seem helpful. They might calm a racing heartbeat or blur a painful memory. Yet over time, they keep us from processing emotions that need care and attention. When feelings are pushed away again and again, they do not disappear. They simply return stronger, leaving us more fragile and more overwhelmed when challenges arise. Research shows that when we numb our emotions repeatedly, the brain's reward system becomes overstimulated. The more we rely on quick fixes, the more we crave them, and the harder it becomes to feel joy from the simple and healthy parts of life. That is why some people choose to practice what is known as dopamine fasting, gently reducing overstimulating habits so that the mind can reset and rediscover pleasure in subtle, nourishing experiences. A quiet morning walk, a slow conversation, a deep breath. Another helpful approach is called urge surfing. Imagine cravings or impulses as waves rising in the ocean of your mind. Instead of fighting the wave or letting it crash over you, you allow it to rise, and you watch it as it eventually falls. You remain present, grounded, breathing through the discomfort. You learn that you are stronger than the urge, that waves always pass. When stress feels unbearable, it can be easy to choose harm over healing without even noticing. Reaching for a bottle to dull your thoughts, eating foods that leave you feeling worse, pulling away from connection. The Mayo Clinic gently cautions that these strategies don't solve the problem, they add new ones. Alcohol may soften fear in the evening, but it can disrupt sleep and heighten anxiety the next morning. Comfort eating may soothe for minutes, yet leave behind guilt and imbalance. Isolation might feel safe, but loneliness often deepens the pain. Instead, imagine a softer question whispered to yourself in the darkest moment of stress. Is this choice leading me towards strength or towards suffering? When your heart is aching, try offering yourself kindness in the smallest of ways. Step outside and let fresh air wash over you. Listen to the steady voice of someone wise or uplifting. Call a friend who reminds you that you matter. Move your body to release energy trapped inside. Create space for peace to return. If you notice a habit that often brings harm, try gently replacing it with something that nourishes you. If you reach for snacks during stress, prepare healthy options nearby. If scrolling through social media leaves you emptier, put the phone down and stretch for a moment. Each healthy swap becomes proof that you can choose healing. And if the habit feels too big to face alone, there is no shame in reaching out for support. Strength doesn't mean doing everything by yourself. Sometimes the most courageous choice is to seek guidance, to allow someone to walk beside you as you learn to cope in healthier, more loving ways. Tonight, let yourself remember this. True resilience is not built by avoiding pain, but by learning that you can survive it, soothe it, and grow through it. The temporary relief of numbing is a quick escape, but it leads nowhere new. The slower path, the path of healthier choices, may feel harder at first, but it leads to inner stability, clarity, and peace. You deserve coping strategies that heal. You deserve a heart that feels steady and strong. And with every nurturing decision, you are moving closer to the version of yourself who rises, not by running away from the storm, but by learning that you can stand in the rain, breathe deeply, and trust that clearer skies are always coming. So rest now, knowing that every healthy choice you make is a quiet act of courage, a step toward a stronger you.
Chapter 33. When strength means reaching out, the courage to seek support. As the night grows quiet and the world around you softens into stillness, we can take a gentle moment to reflect on the strength that comes not only from standing tall, but also from knowing when to reach out a hand. There is a tender kind of bravery in admitting that life can sometimes feel overwhelming. Even the strongest minds and the most determined hearts encounter moments when inner resources feel stretched thin. And in those moments, seeking help is not a sign that you are weak, but rather a sign that you are wise enough to recognize what you need to thrive. Psychologists tell us that professional support, especially through therapies such as cognitive behavioral therapy, widely known as CBT, can help us uncover patterns of thinking that quietly undermine our resilience. These trained guides offer tools to reshape thoughts that cause distress, helping us see challenges more clearly and respond to them with strength instead of fear. They help us notice where worry distorts reality, where self-criticism becomes heavier than truth, and where old emotional wounds still influence the choices we make today. In therapy, one of the most healing forces is something beautifully human: the relationship itself. Researchers call it the therapeutic alliance. It is the feeling of safety, trust, and understanding that grows between you and a therapist who listens deeply. Studies show that this connection alone accounts for a meaningful portion of why therapy works.
When you feel accepted, supported, and truly seen, growth becomes possible. It is like having a scaffold built around you during a time of repair, supportive, steady, and reassuring until your inner structure grows strong again. Even short periods of therapy can have long-lasting effects. Scientific evidence shows that brief interventions can reduce the risk of depression and strengthen coping skills, setting people back on a healthier path long before problems grow heavier. Many individuals we consider resilient, leaders, artists, thinkers, people who move the world forward, have relied on mentors, counselors, or coaches to guide them through uncertainty. Even Winston Churchill, known for his unwavering leadership during the darkest hours of war, had a trusted advisor who supported his mental strength. So, if you ever find yourself returning again and again to the same struggles, or if self-reflection only leads you into deeper confusion, consider this as a compassionate invitation. You do not have to face everything alone. Therapists, counselors, and mental health professionals are trained to help you untangle emotions and to teach coping methods rooted in science, mindfulness practices, problem-solving techniques, trauma-focused treatments like EMDR, and so much more. If traditional therapy feels out of reach due to cost or access, support groups and community services can offer comfort and tools as well. Many universities provide counseling. Many workplaces offer mental health resources quietly available when needed. There are more doors to support than you may realize. Reaching for help is an act of self-respect. It means you value your mind and your future enough to invest in their care. It shows a commitment not only to survive, but to grow. You are not stepping backward when you ask for guidance. You are gathering strength, learning new ways to arise. So, if you are in a place where the weight feels too heavy, if harmful coping strategies are creeping in, if stress has begun to change the way you see the world, please know, making a call, sending a message, or scheduling that first appointment might be one of the bravest choices of your entire journey. For tonight, allow yourself to rest with this gentle truth. Support does not diminish you. It empowers you. It is a bridge toward healing and a companion on the road to resilience. And with guidance, patience, and compassion for yourself most of all, your path forward can become lighter, steadier, and filled with hope once more.
Chapter 34. Discovering Your Why. The Quiet Strength of Purpose.
As the night settles in and you allow yourself to relax into this moment, let us wander gently into one of the most powerful sources of resilience a human being can hold, a sense of purpose. It is something invisible, yet unmistakably strong, a feeling deep within that whispers, "My life matters. What I do each day has meaning." The psychiatrist Viktor Frankl, who lived through one of history's darkest chapters, devoted his life to understanding what helps people endure suffering. During his time in concentration camps during the Second World War, he noticed something profound. Those who held on to a purpose, a reason to keep going, were more likely to survive.
It might have been the hope of seeing a loved one again, the dream of finishing a piece of work, or a mission yet to be fulfilled. Whatever the form, their purpose became a steady flame that no cruelty could fully extinguish. From his experiences, Frankl developed logotherapy, a therapeutic approach grounded in the belief that our deepest drive as human beings is to find meaning. Modern research supports this powerful insight. Studies show that when we feel guided by a clear sense of purpose, we are better protected from stress, depression, and emotional exhaustion. Purpose acts like an internal anchor, keeping us grounded even when life feels stormy. Think of purpose as your inner compass, a north star that remains visible even when the path below is uneven or unclear. It does not remove suffering or challenge, but it transforms them. With purpose, obstacles become part of the story, not the end of it. A setback becomes a lesson. A heartbreak becomes a turning point. Difficulty becomes a chapter in the shaping of who you are becoming. Purpose often grows from love, for people, for ideas, for something greater than the self. Frankl called this self-transcendence, dedicating your life, or a part of it, to something outside of your own immediate needs. A parent may endure sleepless nights because their children mean the world to them. A caregiver might push through exhaustion because supporting someone else brings deep meaning to their days. An artist may persist through doubt to create work that inspires others. When the heart cares deeply, strength follows. Sometimes purpose is clear and loud, a calling, a grand vision. Other times, it appears slowly and quietly, like a soft sunrise gradually lighting the sky. It may emerge through moments of reflection, through asking yourself tender questions. What truly matters to me? What kind of person do I want to become? What contributions do I want to leave behind? You might find meaning in creativity, in learning, in kindness, in building a family, in healing wounds, your own or others. It could come from helping your community, nurturing the planet, or simply offering compassion wherever you walk. Purpose can be woven into even the smallest actions. Writing one page of a book you hope to finish someday, comforting a friend, planting something that will grow. Purpose does not erase the pain of hard times, but it gives that pain direction. It turns suffering into stepping stones. Many people find that after a crisis, they reevaluate their lives and begin aligning more closely with what they treasure most. They choose a path that feels authentic. They redirect their energy toward what they love. They begin again, guided now by clarity. And remember, your purpose does not have to be perfect or certain. It can evolve as you grow. You only need to keep listening inward, noticing what lights you up, and following the things that give your days meaning. Tonight, as you prepare to rest, allow yourself to feel that you are already on your way. Your life has significance. Your actions, even the quiet and simple ones, are building something larger than you can yet see. Let your purpose be the flame that warms you through difficulty, the light that illuminates the path ahead.
With a why in your heart, you can find strength in the darkest hours and hope in every tomorrow. So breathe gently now and trust that your purpose is waiting for you to notice it, and continue walking toward it, one meaningful moment at a time.
Chapter 35. Meeting Fear with Gentle Steps. Growing Courage Gradually. As you settle into the comfort of this quiet moment, let us explore something that lives in every human heart. Fear. It is natural. It is ancient. It is part of the mind's way of keeping us safe. And yet, sometimes fear holds us back from the very experiences that could help us grow. One of the most compassionate acts you can offer yourself is to learn how to face fear, not all at once, but gradually, kindly, one small step at a time. In the world of psychology, there is a powerful method called exposure therapy, a technique strongly supported by research and widely used in treatments such as cognitive behavioral therapy. Its purpose is simple yet profound: to gently help you face what frightens you, so that over time your fear loosens its grip. When we repeatedly avoid something that scares us, whether it is public speaking, heights, social situations, or the fear of failure, the mind learns a story that says, "This is dangerous. We must stay away." But often the danger is not real, only imagined. Exposure helps the brain update that old story. It teaches your nervous system a new truth: that you can be in the presence of the feared situation and still remain safe. Neuroscience describes this as extinction learning. When you engage with a fear in a controlled and gentle way, your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for reasoning, helps quiet the alarm signals coming from the amygdala, your emotional alarm center. Gradually, a new memory forms, a safety memory, reminding your body that what once felt threatening is actually okay. You might begin with something as small as imagining the feared situation in your mind, what psychologists call imaginal exposure. Then, when you feel ready, you take tiny steps into the real world, in vivo exposure, testing your courage under gentle conditions. Each step is a message to your brain. Look, I can do this. The catastrophe I feared does not happen. Imagine someone who trembles at the thought of speaking in front of others. Their journey might start alone, standing before a mirror, speaking just one sentence. Then, perhaps, sharing a few words with a trusted friend. Eventually, they might speak to a small group, noticing how each progression becomes just a little easier. With each new attempt, the fear response shrinks, and the mind begins to trust. This process takes patience. It is not a straight path. You may reach a step that feels too intimidating. You might pause there for a while, breathing, practicing, allowing your body to learn calmness in that space. That pause is not failure. It is integration. It is how courage grows. And every tiny victory
deserves recognition. Even glancing at your fear for a second longer today than you could yesterday is meaningful. Each moment of bravery, no matter how subtle, becomes a thread in the fabric of your inner strength. Facing fear is not about eliminating anxiety. It is about proving to yourself that you can feel fear and still move gently forward. It is about teaching your body that you are capable. It is about shifting from avoidance to empowerment. Over time, the situations that once sparked panic become manageable. What used to feel like a towering wall becomes a small step on a familiar path, and you begin to believe deeply in your ability to handle life's challenges. Tonight, let your heart hold this reassuring truth. Courage is not a loud, heroic leap. It is the quiet willingness to return, again and again, to something that once scared you, and to stand there a moment longer. With each step, you reclaim a little more power. You expand the boundaries of your life. You create resilience that cannot be easily shaken. And in facing your fears gradually, you become someone who knows, I can be afraid and still rise. So breathe softly now, feeling proud of all the fears you have already faced, and calm in the knowledge that with patience and kindness, you can face the ones still ahead, one gentle step at a time.
Chapter 36. Turning Thoughts into Allies, the Gentle Art of Positive Reframing. As we continue our peaceful journey tonight, let us play with a simple yet powerful idea that your mind can become your greatest supporter when you learn how to gently shift how you see the world. Every day, thoughts appear in our minds like clouds drifting through a sky. Some are light and comforting. Others feel heavy, casting shadows on our mood. When challenges arise, the brain's first instinct is often to interpret them as threats, something to fear, something to avoid. This can trigger the familiar surge of anxiety or the sinking feeling of disappointment. But what if, instead of seeing a negative thought as a warning, you could see it as a puzzle, a challenge you are capable of solving? Psychologists have discovered that we can train the brain to focus more on what is helpful and less on what is harmful. One way to do this is through a playful approach, sometimes called cognitive bias modification, or CBM. Imagine a digital game that shows you a crowd of faces, some angry, some calm, some smiling. With each tap on the smiling face, your mind learns to notice positivity first. Over time, this kind of training has been shown to ease anxiety and strengthen resilience, because the brain becomes a little quicker at finding the good in each moment. This shift from threat to challenge creates a transformation inside us. Instead of feeling trapped or powerless, we begin to feel capable. The situation might be the same, but the perspective changes everything. Something that once felt like a barrier becomes a stepping stone.
a chance to grow. Think of reframing as a gentle mental game you can play anytime. When you catch yourself thinking, "I always fail," try responding with something honest yet kinder. Sometimes things don't work out, but each attempt teaches me something useful. If your mind whispers, "Everyone is judging me," you might reply, "People are often too busy with their own lives to focus on mine, and those who care are rooting for me." Some people even give their negative thoughts a character and a silly name: Mr. Doubt, the catastrophe monster, or the what-if whisperer. When the thought shows up, you can smile and say, "Ah, you again. I hear you, but tonight we are choosing a different story." Humor has a gentle way of softening fear. Therapists sometimes use structured techniques to guide this shift. One example is the ABCDE method. You start with the adversity you are facing, explore the beliefs that arise, notice the consequences of those beliefs, gently dispute the ones that are unhelpful, and feel the energization that comes from a renewed perspective. Worksheets, role-playing exercises, and even supportive apps can make this practice fun, like a choose-your-own-adventure game where every page offers a new possibility. When we turn reframing into something playful, the brain's reward system gets involved. A spark of dopamine, the neurotransmitter that signals success, encourages us to try again. Slowly, optimism becomes less of a chore and more of a habit. Positive thoughts begin to feel more natural. The mind learns to search for bright spots, even in challenging times. This is not about pretending everything is perfect. It is about remembering that challenges do not define you. Your response to them does. It is about shining light into corners that once felt dark and discovering strengths that were waiting for you to notice them. So, as you rest tonight, imagine that every negative thought is simply offering you a chance to play a new game. A game where creativity, kindness, and curiosity win. A game where each reframed idea becomes proof of your growing resilience. A game where your inner voice learns to speak to you as a trusted friend. And with practice, the thought, "I can't," slowly transforms into "I can learn," "I can try," "I can grow." That shift, gentle yet powerful, is a beautiful form of inner strength.
Chapter 37. The Strength We Share. Telling Stories of Growth Together. As you rest quietly tonight, allow your mind to drift toward the memories of difficulties you have overcome. Not to relive the pain, but to gently acknowledge the strength that carried you through. Every person holds a unique story, a story of challenges faced, lessons learned, and transformation that slowly unfolded through time. When we take a moment to share these stories with someone we trust, or even privately with ourselves, something powerful happens inside us. Psychologists call this our narrative identity.
the ongoing story we create about who we are, where we have been, and where we are going. When we speak of the moments we survived, the fears we confronted, the heartbreaks we healed from, the obstacles we eventually moved through, we begin shaping a version of ourselves known as a redemptive self. It is a personal story in which struggle leads to wisdom and darkness leads to light. Sharing these stories isn't just comforting, it changes the brain. The act of storytelling activates regions responsible for memory and emotional regulation. What once felt fragmented and intrusive, like a painful memory that flares unpredictably, becomes part of a coherent life narrative. Instead of a wound that stays open, the memory becomes a chapter with meaning. And when we share our stories with others, something even deeper takes place. Our experiences become part of a shared resilience, a collective understanding that none of us are alone in our struggles. In support groups, in community gatherings, or in simple heart-to-heart conversations, storytelling normalizes hardship. When you hear someone else say, "I've been there too," hope becomes easier to hold. Imagine telling a friend about a time when everything felt uncertain, and how, step by step, you found your way through. By speaking those words, you remind yourself, "I faced that. I survived. I changed." Your identity shifts from someone affected by difficulty to someone shaped and strengthened by it. This can happen on small scales too. A moment with a colleague where you share how you once felt overwhelmed at work and learned to adapt. A quiet talk with a family member about loss and how love helped you endure. Even mentoring someone who is now standing where you once stood, still unsure, still afraid, can deepen your understanding of your own courage. You don't always need another person either. Speaking your journey aloud when alone, writing it in a journal, or recording a private voice note can have the same healing power. The moment you give your experience words, you turn survival into a story of growth. Each time you share, you reinforce a beautiful truth. You are still here. You learned. You adapted. You moved forward. And that reminder becomes a soft armor you carry into future challenges. As communities share their stories, through culture, through rituals, through conversation, a resource of collective resilience grows. People learn from each other's victories. They find comfort in each other's pain. They discover a bond that whispers, "We can endure. We can rebuild." Tonight, if you feel ready, take a gentle look back. Notice a hardship you once feared you could never overcome, yet you did. See the strength that memory reveals, and when you are ready, someday, share that strength with another. Because every time you tell your story of growth, whether to yourself or to the world, you create a ripple of courage that may reach someone who desperately needs hope. Your story is not just a record of what happened. It is proof of who you have become. It is a quiet, powerful reminder that resilience lives within you and grows each time you give it a voice.
Chapter 38. Nurturing Hope. How Optimism Becomes a Source of Strength. As we settle into this calm and gentle space tonight, let us explore a simple yet powerful idea: hope. The kind of hope that softens fear. The kind of optimism that allows us to move forward even when the path ahead is not clear. It is easy to believe that optimism is something you are either born with or not, as if some people are naturally hopeful while others are destined to expect the worst. But science shows us a comforting truth. Optimism is a skill. It can be learned. It can be strengthened. And like a muscle, it grows with practice. The psychologist Martin Seligman dedicated much of his work to understanding why some people stay resilient in hardship. He discovered that pessimism often comes from a particular way of explaining setbacks, seeing them as personal, permanent, and pervasive. Personal means believing it's all my fault. Permanent means thinking it will always be this way. And pervasive means feeling because this one thing went wrong, everything is ruined. This style of thinking makes challenges feel heavier than they truly are. But you can learn to question those beliefs. You can ask yourself if the situation is truly your fault, if it will truly last forever, if it really affects every part of life. With practice, the mind learns to see setbacks as temporary, specific, and solvable. Seligman calls this learned optimism, the ability to reframe difficulties so that they no longer close the door on hope. There is also the beautiful work of psychologist Barbara Fredrickson, who developed what's known as the broaden and build theory. She found that positive emotions do more than make us feel good in the moment. They broaden our awareness, helping us see possibilities we might miss when stressed or afraid. And over time, those broadened experiences build emotional strength, social support, and healthier bodies. Optimists actually tend to recover faster when they are sick, and their hearts often stay healthier throughout life. Hope nourishes both mind and body. Imagine optimism not as forced happiness or blind positivity, but as a gentle invitation to notice what is going well, even if only a little. It could be something as simple as enjoying a comforting meal, seeing a beautiful sky, or feeling grateful for a person who cares about you. Each of these small moments becomes a seed of resilience. You can help these seeds grow with daily rituals. Perhaps before sleep, you look back and record one good thing that happened today, no matter how tiny. And then write one thing you are looking forward to tomorrow, even if it is just a warm cup of tea or a quiet moment of rest. In doing this, you create what some call a positivity bank, evidence that joy exists in your life even during difficult times. Some people like to keep a victory jar. Every time something goes right, a compliment you received, a task you completed, a moment you handled well, you write it on a small piece of paper and place it inside. Over time, the jar becomes a physical reminder of progress during days when your mind struggles to see it. Others set gentle reminders to pause throughout the day and whisper gratitude, to breathe in appreciation for something simple and meaningful. These practices engage the brain's reward system, reinforcing the positivity and making optimism more intuitive. You might even play a personal optimism challenge. For every negative thought, respond with several positive truths. Not forced or exaggerated, just honest,
hopeful possibilities. When done regularly, this exercise gradually shifts the mind's automatic settings from fear to faith in the future. Tonight, as you prepare to drift into sleep, know this: every hopeful thought you nurture is an act of emotional self-care. Every moment spent noticing the good is a stitch of strength sewn into your mental fabric. Over time, optimism becomes less of an effort and more of a natural way of seeing the world. And in that gentle shift, resilience takes root. So rest peacefully now, reminding yourself that hope is not naive, it is courageous, it is a choice, it is a quiet flame that continues to burn even in darkness, guiding you forward, step by step, into a tomorrow that holds possibility.
Chapter 39. Calming the Storm Within. Understanding and Softening Emotional Triggers. As you ease into a state of rest tonight, let us explore one of the most powerful forms of inner strength: the ability to stay calm when something or someone pushes a sensitive spot inside you. We all have these spots. They are often called hot buttons or emotional triggers. They are not flaws, they are echoes of past experiences, moments when we felt overwhelmed, disrespected, or unseen. And without realizing it, those echoes can shape how we react today. Imagine walking through an ordinary day. Things seem peaceful until suddenly a comment, a tone of voice, or a tiny inconvenience sparks a rush of emotion. Anger, panic, shame. Your heart races before you've even had time to think. These reactions feel automatic because the brain has learned to protect you quickly, perhaps too quickly. The first step forward is simply understanding these triggers. When we take the time to identify what sets us off, we begin transforming something that once felt like chaos into something that can be recognized, anticipated, softened. This awareness is the beginning of emotional regulation, a skill that allows you to guide your reactions rather than be swept away by them. Experts in psychology describe something called the window of tolerance, a concept introduced by Dr. Daniel Siegel. It refers to the emotional zone where you feel steady and capable, even under stress. When a hot button is pressed, you may find yourself suddenly jolted out of that zone, either into hyperarousal, where emotions become overwhelming, or into shutdown, where everything feels numb and distant. Learning your triggers helps you stay closer to that window, where you can think clearly and respond with intention. One helpful practice is noticing how your body reacts. Triggers often show up physically before they become fully emotional. A tightening chest, a clenched jaw, a knot in the stomach. When you learn the signals your body gives you, you can intervene early. You might take a slow breath, relax your shoulders, step away for a moment of quiet. These tiny actions can keep a storm from forming. Therapists sometimes call this state shifting, recognizing the trigger, giving yourself a little space, and gently regulating your body back toward calm. Naming the trigger can be surprisingly empowering. This is criticism anxiety. This is my fear of disappointing others. Simply naming it can reduce its intensity, reminding your mind that you are not the emotion, you are the observer of it. You can also prepare ahead of time.
If criticism stings deeply, you might remind yourself that feedback is about the work, not your worth. If traffic ignites frustration, you could listen to calming music or use the red light as a moment to breathe and stretch your fingers on the steering wheel. If unrealistic demands overwhelm you, learning to say no kindly but firmly can help protect your peace. Setting boundaries becomes easier when you know what drains your energy the fastest. Asking for the support you need, a break, a clarification, a slower pace, is not weakness, it is self-respect. With time and compassionate practice, something beautiful begins to happen. The buttons that once felt scorching slowly lose their heat. They still exist. We never become emotionless, but they no longer control your day or your mood. You begin to respond instead of react. You gain the quiet confidence of someone who can meet discomfort with steadiness. Mastering your reactions does not mean suppressing your feelings. It means holding space for them, while still choosing your next step with clarity. So tonight, allow yourself to feel proud of the progress you've already made, even if it was simply recognizing a trigger instead of letting it lead the way. Each moment like that is a victory. Each moment like that is strength. Hot buttons only have power if they catch you unaware. You are learning to see them, to understand them, to soften them. In doing so, you are stepping into a deeper kind of resilience, the kind that stays steady even when the world presses the wrong buttons. Rest now, knowing you are quietly strengthening the calm at the core of who you are.
Chapter 40. Rising from the Ashes. The Quiet Growth That Follows Trauma. As you breathe deeply and let the worries of the day fall away, it may feel difficult to imagine that painful experiences, the ones that shake us to our core, could ever give rise to something good. Trauma can feel like a sudden storm, tearing through the familiar structure of your life, leaving you to pick up the pieces. But in the quiet work of healing, something remarkable often begins to happen. There is a concept in psychology called post-traumatic growth, often shortened to PTG. It describes the positive changes that can emerge not just despite trauma, but because of the effort required to live through it. Unlike resilience, which refers to returning to your old level of functioning after hardship, post-traumatic growth means that you evolve into someone even stronger, even wiser, someone who sees life with new eyes. Researchers Richard Tedeschi and Lawrence Calhoun have studied this deeply, and they found that after facing life's hardest challenges, people often grow in 5 meaningful areas. The first is personal strength, discovering that you were capable of enduring far more than you once believed. Perhaps you learned that you could survive heartbreak, or navigate change, or persist through fear. The second is new possibilities, a shift that opens doors you never considered before, a new career path, a new passion, a new direction that feels more aligned with who you want to be. The third area is relating to others. Hardship can deepen your connections. You may find yourself appreciating loved ones more deeply,
forming stronger bonds, or even meeting new supporters who truly understand. The fourth is an appreciation for life. Moments that once passed unnoticed begin to shine with meaning. Sunlight on your face, a warm meal, a kind gesture, the simple gift of being alive. And finally, there is spiritual change. For some, trauma leads to a renewed sense of meaning, a feeling of being connected to something larger, whether through faith, nature, community, or personal values. These shifts do not happen quickly or easily. Growth often begins as a tiny spark, barely visible in the darkness. It might be a new thought. I survived something terrible. Maybe I'm stronger than I realize. Or a subtle change in priorities. Now I know what truly matters to me. These small realizations are the beginnings of transformation. Guided reflections and exercises can support this process. For example, writing down what you've learned about yourself since the trauma, or quietly acknowledging the strengths that helped you endure. Journaling is not about forcing gratitude. It is about gently noticing the ways you have changed. Asking, what perspective did this hardship give me? How have my values shifted? Can help shape your story into one of growth instead of only loss. Sharing your experience with others can bring comfort and new understanding too. Support groups, whether in person or online, often reveal how widely shared these feelings are. When someone else says, "I've been there," a new sense of hope can enter the room. And sometimes, healing feels too heavy to navigate alone. In those moments, a trained professional, someone who understands trauma, can walk beside you, helping to turn pain into meaning patiently and safely. You do not have to say, "I am grateful for what happened." Some traumas may never feel like gifts, but you can allow the possibility that through surviving, you have uncovered qualities within yourself that you never expected. Courage, empathy, clarity, resilience. Tonight, let this truth rest gently in your heart. Trauma may change your story, but it does not end it. It may leave scars, but those scars can remind you of your endurance. And over time, from those painful places, new life can grow. Like a phoenix rising from ashes, you can emerge stronger, more compassionate, and more connected to your purpose than before. Healing does not erase what happened, but it can transform the meaning of the story that continues. So breathe in this hope. Your future is not defined by what hurt you. Your future is shaped by how beautifully you grow from it.
Chapter 41. Ancient Wisdom for Modern Calm. Living with Stoic Strength. As you settle into the soft quiet of this evening, let us turn our attention to a way of living that has guided countless people through uncertainty, hardship, and change. A philosophy that is as relevant today as it was 2,000 years ago. It is called Stoicism, a gentle yet powerful approach to resilience that teaches us how to remain steady
in a world that is always shifting. The ancient Stoics, philosophers like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus, understood something deeply human. They recognized that much of our suffering does not come from the events around us, but from the stories we tell ourselves about those events. Their teachings invite us to distinguish between what we can control and what lies entirely outside our influence. The Stoics called this the dichotomy of control. Our actions, our choices, and our perspectives, these are ours to shape. But the behavior of others, the outcome of our efforts, the weather, and the past, these are beyond our command. When we pour our energy into what cannot be changed, we drain ourselves. But when we focus instead on what is within our reach, something shifts beautifully inside us. We reclaim our own power. Modern psychology agrees with this ancient insight. It is the foundation of therapeutic approaches like cognitive behavioral therapy, which teaches that our thoughts influence our emotions far more than external circumstances do. If we can guide our thoughts with clarity and compassion, we can find peace even when life feels difficult. The Stoics also practiced a gentle mental exercise known as premeditatio malorum, imagining obstacles or worst-case scenarios before they arrive. This was not pessimism, it was preparation. By calmly considering what might go wrong, they reduced their fear of the unknown. They found strength in knowing that if difficulty appears, they already have tools to meet it with a steady heart. Imagine taking a moment in the morning before your day begins to reflect on the challenges that might come. A disagreement with a coworker, an unexpected delay, a moment of self-doubt. By acknowledging these possibilities with a calm mind, you tell yourself, whatever happens, I am ready to respond with patience and wisdom. Fear loses its grip when the unexpected stops feeling like a threat. Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor who faced wars, political pressure, and personal heartbreak, wrote in his private journal, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it." He reminded himself, and now reminds us, that our interpretation holds incredible power. The Stoics had simple daily rituals that supported emotional balance. In the morning, they set intentions. In the evening, they reviewed their actions with curiosity rather than judgment. Where did I react out of fear? Where did I choose courage? What can I improve tomorrow? This gentle reflection strengthened their character day by day. You can invite these practices into your own life in ways that feel natural and comforting. Perhaps you keep a favorite Stoic phrase where you can see it, a soft reminder to stay grounded. Or, when you feel frustration rising, you might pause and ask, is this within my control? If the answer is no, you can breathe deeply and release the struggle. If yes, you can focus your energy where it matters most,
on how you choose to respond. Stoicism does not ask you to suppress your emotions. It simply encourages you to let reason and wisdom guide your actions even when emotions run high. It teaches that waves of difficulty may always come, but you can learn to surf them with grace. Tonight, allow this ancient wisdom to settle gently in your heart. You do not need to control the world to feel safe within it. You only need to guide the part of the world that begins inside you, your thoughts, your values, your choices. This mindset has helped countless people endure unimaginable circumstances with courage and calm. It can help you too. With each day you practice focusing on what you can control, you build emotional resilience that stands steady through any storm. So rest now, knowing that strength is already growing within you, a timeless strength, grounded in wisdom older than history, yet alive in your heart at this very moment.
Chapter 42. Soaking in the Good. Rewiring the brain for inner strength with the HEAL method.
As we move deeper into this quiet evening, let us explore a gentle and empowering practice, one that helps your mind remember the good things that happen, even the very small ones. Sometimes joyful or peaceful moments pass so quickly that we barely notice them. Meanwhile, difficulties seem to stick to us, lingering long after we wish they would fade away. But the same science that teaches us this also offers a beautiful solution. Dr. Rick Hanson, a neuropsychologist who studies emotional resilience, developed a simple practice called the HEAL method. It is grounded in neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to change and grow throughout life, and it shows us that we can choose which experiences we want our minds to hold on to. It begins with the letter H. Have a positive experience. Something pleasant, no matter how small, a warm smile from a friend, the feeling of stretching your body after sitting for too long, a quiet moment of accomplishment when you finish a task. Sometimes these moments arrive naturally. Other times we create them by reaching out to someone we care about, by stepping into the sun, or by pausing to notice beauty around us. The next letter, E, stands for enrich the experience. This means staying with the good feeling for just a little longer. 10 to 20 seconds is enough. Notice the details. How does your body feel? Is there warmth in your chest? Lightness in your shoulders? Let the good sensation grow stronger, as if you are gently turning up the brightness. Then comes A, absorb the moment. Imagine the experience sinking into you, becoming part of your inner world. Some people picture it filling their heart with light, or flowing through their nervous system like warmth spreading through their veins. You might say silently, "This belongs to me," or "Let this stay." Finally, L. Link the good with areas of difficulty if you feel ready. This step is optional and tender. You might recall a small worry or a painful memory and allow the positive feeling to sit beside it, not to erase the negative experience, but to soften its edges, to remind your brain that even in hard times, goodness still exists. Over time, the comforting memory and the difficult one can become connected in a way that brings relief rather than fear.
Practiced regularly, the HEAL method helps build resilience from the inside out. It trains your mind to store positive moments as lasting emotional resources: confidence, calmness, connection, hope. When stress appears, those inner strengths are already waiting in the brain, ready to support you. Imagine finishing a good conversation at work. Instead of rushing on to the next task, you pause, you breathe. You tell yourself, "This went well." You feel the success settle into your body. Or after seeing a beautiful sunset, you stop for a moment, watching until the colors gently fade, letting the sense of wonder sink in. These seemingly small acts of attention build strength quietly over time. With each moment of HEAL practice, you nourish your inner resilience, like adding drops of water to a cup that slowly fills to the brim. So tonight, as you sink into rest, let yourself remember something good from today, even if it was tiny: a kind word, a peaceful breath, a soft laugh. Let that memory glow gently within you. Stay with it, absorb it, allow it to become part of you. This is how we cultivate a mind that supports us. This is how we build inner reserves of strength that do not crumble under stress. By soaking in the good, we are teaching the brain to hold on to joy, to remember safety, and to believe in a hopeful tomorrow. Let the good you have lived, no matter how small, stay with you as you drift into sleep.
Chapter 43. Growing into Confidence. Transforming Potential into Power. As the night becomes still around you, let us take a gentle journey into a quality that changes the way you walk through the world: confidence. It is not loud or boastful. It does not demand attention. True confidence is a quiet knowledge inside your heart, a steady belief that you are capable, that you can learn, that you can rise to meet what life asks of you. Psychologists who study mental strength, like Professor Peter Clough, describe confidence as one of the core pillars of resilience. In his 4 C's model of mental toughness, confidence appears in 2 meaningful forms. The first is confidence in your abilities, the belief that your skills and talents are enough to overcome challenges. The second is interpersonal confidence, the courage to speak up, express your thoughts, and stand tall beside others. Both forms of confidence help us move from potential into action. Albert Bandura, a pioneer of psychology, explained that confidence grows largely through what he called mastery experiences. Each time you face a challenge and succeed, no matter how small, your belief in yourself becomes stronger. Perhaps you learned how to repair something that once confused you, or you made a difficult phone call, or you spoke up when it mattered. These moments weave a history of capability, and the mind remembers them. Confidence also grows when we watch others succeed. Seeing someone else overcome a fear or develop a skill reminds us that progress is possible for us too. Encouraging words from others, what Bandura called verbal persuasion, also nourish our belief in our abilities. A teacher who says, "I know you can do this," a friend who whispers, "Don't give up,"
These messages settle quietly into the mind, like seeds that take root over time. And sometimes, confidence begins simply by acting the part. The body and mind are connected in powerful ways. When you stand tall, relax your shoulders, lift your gaze, your brain receives a message of strength. This is why researchers speak of power posing, the idea that posture can shape emotion. By embodying confidence, even if only for a moment, you give your thoughts a chance to catch up. But the deepest confidence comes from practice. Each time you learn something new or improve at something familiar, you are building a foundation. If communication feels challenging, you might join a small class or practice with a friend. If decision-making feels overwhelming, you might develop a simple process, a list of pros and cons to guide you gently. These small efforts become daily proof that you can grow. Many people keep quiet track of their wins, a list of victories, no matter how tiny, paying bills on time, finishing a book, asking for help when needed, trying again the day after a setback. These entries become evidence that your progress is real, even on days when you doubt yourself. By acknowledging your successes, you are reinforcing the story. I can handle this. Over time, self-doubt loses its power.
Confidence is not about perfection. It is not about knowing everything before you begin. It is about trusting yourself enough to take the next step, even while uncertainty stands nearby. It is about continuing to try, even after stumbling. It is about believing, quietly and steadily, I can learn, I can grow, I can do this. So, tonight, remember that confidence is already within you. It may be small in some areas and strong in others, but with every new challenge you face, every skill you practice, every honest reflection you make, it expands. Let that belief warm you as you rest. Confidence is not a gift given to a lucky few. It is something you build, step by gentle step. And every day you choose to trust yourself, you are turning potential into power.
Chapter 44. The Beauty of Bending. How Adaptability Helps Us Grow Forward. As you rest here tonight, let us reflect on something that lives quietly inside each of us: the ability to adjust, to evolve, and to grow when life brings change. The world around us is always shifting. Plans transform, routines fade, and new challenges arrive without asking. Adaptability is the gentle art of greeting this change with curiosity instead of fear. Psychologists like Mark Savix describe adaptability as a set of 4 inner qualities that help us move confidently into the future. The first is concern, caring enough about tomorrow to plan ahead. The second is control, recognizing that your choices shape your path. The third is curiosity, the willingness to explore possibilities and imagine new directions. And the fourth is confidence,
trusting that you can handle whatever comes your way. Together, these qualities form what Savix calls the 4 C's of career adaptability, but they extend beyond work. They are qualities that help us move through every chapter of life with flexibility and strength. Adaptability is different from resilience. Resilience means bouncing back, returning to where you were before the difficulty. Adaptability means something even more powerful, bouncing forward. It means letting change transform you into someone wiser, more capable, and more open than before. Research shows that people who cultivate adaptability feel less anxious when transitions come. A new job, a move, a shift in identity, a loss, a beginning. They do not need everything to remain the same in order to feel secure. They learn to feel safe even when the map changes. One way to grow adaptability is to become a lifelong learner, someone who welcomes new skills, new experiences, and new ways of thinking. Even small acts can help. Taking a different route home, trying a new recipe, learning a few words in another language, reading about an unfamiliar topic. Each tiny stretch sends a message to your brain: I can handle change. Adaptability also thrives in space. Space in your schedule, space in your mind, space in your expectations. When life is too crowded or rigid, flexibility becomes difficult. By simplifying where you can and letting go of perfection, you give yourself room to pivot when needed. Another gentle practice is shifting the questions you ask. Instead of, "Why is this happening to me?" try asking, "What is this situation teaching me?" This invites possibilities instead of resistance. It turns disruption into discovery. Even imagining different scenarios can help build confidence. Elite sports teams and emergency responders frequently rehearse what-if situations to stay prepared. You can do the same in small, peaceful ways, picturing how you might respond to a sudden change in plans, or imagining how you could find stability in a surprising new chapter. These mental rehearsals give the mind practice in flexibility. And remember, every time you have adapted in the past, every new city, every unexpected obstacle, every fresh responsibility, you were teaching yourself something vital. I can adjust. I can grow. Let that memory strengthen you now. Adaptability does not mean letting go of who you are. It means trusting that you can become the version of yourself who is needed when life evolves. It is a quiet confidence that whispers, "I've changed before. I can change again. I can bend without breaking. I can move forward even when the path shifts beneath me." Tonight, allow yourself to feel comfort in this truth. You already hold the capacity to adjust to whatever tomorrow may bring. With curiosity, with courage, and with compassion for yourself, you are learning not just to bounce back, but to bounce forward,
toward a future full of possibilities you have not yet imagined. So rest now, knowing that the same flexibility that strengthens trees in the wind lives within you, too, helping you stand tall no matter which direction life's winds decide to blow.
Chapter 45. The Peace of Letting Go, Finding Strength Through Forgiveness. As night gently wraps itself around you, let us explore a quiet but powerful act of emotional strength, forgiveness. It is one of the most challenging things we can do, and yet one of the most freeing. Forgiveness does not ask you to pretend that the hurt never happened. It does not require forgetting the pain or allowing someone to harm you again. It does not even demand reconciliation. Instead, forgiveness is a deeply personal choice, a decision to release the grip that anger and resentment have on your heart. When someone wounds us, whether through betrayal, harsh words, or neglect, the pain can linger far longer than the moment itself. The mind returns to the memory again and again, reliving the hurt, replaying what should have been different, what should never have happened. This rumination, this constant turning of the same painful thoughts, sparks the body's stress response each time, as though the event is happening all over again. Research shows that forgiveness softens this cycle. It lowers stress hormones like cortisol, reduces blood pressure, and supports a stronger immune system. Neuroscience and psychology agree. Holding on to anger costs us energy. It exhausts not only the body, but the mind. It narrows our attention onto what went wrong, leaving little space for what is going well. Forgiveness, however, opens a window. It lets in fresh air. It invites peace. You might imagine forgiveness as unclenching a tight fist. That fist may have been grasping hurt for a long time, protecting you, perhaps, or trying to keep justice alive. But the longer it stays clenched, the more painful it becomes. When you finally relax your fingers, you discover that you can once again reach for comfort, for connection, for happiness. Scientists describe forgiveness as a cancellation of debt. It is releasing the belief that someone owes you something, an apology, an explanation, a change in their behavior. You recognize that carrying resentment keeps you tied to the hurt, not them. When you let go, you break that tie. You walk forward lighter, freer. Sometimes the person you need to forgive is yourself. We all make mistakes, choices we regret, words we wish we could take back. The mind can be harsh with self-criticism. Yet healing cannot take root in soil hardened by shame. Offering yourself forgiveness, gently, patiently, allows growth to begin again. Forgiveness can be practiced in small, private ways. You might write a letter you never send, expressing how deeply you were hurt, and how you are now choosing freedom over bitterness. You might imagine standing in a safe place while sending silent goodwill to someone who wronged you, not because they deserve it, but because you deserve peace. You may reflect on how pain often comes from the pain in others, not to excuse them, but to soften the weight on your heart. And if forgiveness feels too heavy tonight, that is okay. Like healing, forgiveness unfolds on its own schedule. Even acknowledging that one day you might be ready to forgive is a powerful start. What matters most is this:
Forgiveness is not a gift to the person who hurt you. It is a gift you give yourself. You are allowing your emotional energy to return to you. You are cultivating inner calm. You are making room in your life for joy that grievance had crowded out. Let your heart know this truth. Letting go is not losing. It is choosing. It is choosing yourself, your peace, your future. So as you rest tonight, imagine releasing a little bit of anger, just enough to breathe easier. With each exhale, see a fragment of resentment drifting away, leaving you softer inside. Forgiveness is not a single moment of triumph. It is a gentle journey, a courage that reveals itself slowly, and with every step, you become stronger.
Chapter 46. The Gentle Power of Wonder. Nurturing Curiosity for a Resilient Life. As you settle into the soft quiet of this evening, let us explore a beautiful inner resource that often begins in childhood and remains one of the greatest strengths we can carry into adulthood. That resource is curiosity, the desire to understand, to discover, to explore the unknown with wide and welcoming eyes. Curiosity is more than interest. It is a way of being in the world. Psychologists sometimes call it a psychological supervirtue because it feeds so many other qualities we admire: creativity, resilience, flexibility, and joy. Curious people experience life differently. They approach challenges not as threats to be feared, but as puzzles waiting to be solved. Their sense of wonder becomes a shield, turning stress into an invitation rather than a burden. When curiosity rises, the brain's reward system wakes up too. A gentle wave of dopamine, the neurotransmitter associated with motivation and pleasure, flows through neural pathways. Learning feels good. Adapting feels exciting. Even uncertainty, something that often scares us, becomes an opportunity for growth rather than a reason to withdraw. Imagine facing a difficult moment. Instead of thinking, "Why is this happening to me?" curiosity whispers, "What can I learn from this?" Instead of assuming the worst, it asks, "What else could be true?" Suddenly, you are no longer stuck in fear. You are moving, exploring, discovering possibilities hidden beneath the surface of the problem. A curious mindset keeps us mentally flexible. It prevents us from locking into rigid beliefs about ourselves or the world. It reminds us that there is always more to learn and more to become. In this way, curiosity supports a deep form of resilience, not only helping us endure change, but also helping us grow because of it. We can nurture curiosity in gentle, everyday ways. When we take a different route home and notice new scenery. When we try a hobby we've never explored. Cooking a dish from another culture, or learning a few words of a new language. When we read about something unfamiliar. When we ask questions instead of jumping to conclusions. Small sparks of novelty wake up the brain and teach it that change is not dangerous. It is stimulating,
energizing, alive. Curiosity also helps us connect with others. When we listen with genuine interest, asking someone about their story, their culture, their dreams, we open doors to understanding and empathy. We become richer through the experiences of others, expanding our world beyond what we already know. Even during stress, curiosity offers protection. Research shows that curious people tend to handle pressure more effectively. When a setback comes, they're more likely to pause and observe. This is new. How will I adapt? What strength is this moment asking me to uncover? Stress becomes less of a wall and more of a doorway. In many ways, curiosity keeps us young, not in years, but in spirit. It keeps our minds adventurous. It keeps our hearts open. It keeps our resilience fresh, growing each time we embrace something unfamiliar. Tonight, allow yourself to feel gratitude for your own curiosity. The questions you've asked throughout your life, the discoveries you've made, the paths you've followed simply because something inside you wanted to see more, learn more, understand more. Let this thought rest gently in your mind. Every moment of wonder adds strength. Every new experience adds courage. Every question asked adds wisdom. Treat life as an ongoing journey of discovery, and you will always find reasons to grow. So as you drift off to sleep, imagine tomorrow as a page yet to be written, full of hidden insights, delightful surprises, and gentle opportunities to awaken your curiosity once again.
Chapter 47. Finding Clarity in a Noisy World. The Quiet Strength of Limiting Screen Time. As the glow of the screen begins to fade around you tonight, allow your mind to rest gently in the growing silence. We live in a world where information travels endlessly, where messages and notifications arrive at all hours, where screens connect us to nearly everything, except perhaps the present moment. It's so easy to forget that our attention, our ability to truly be with our own thoughts, is one of the most precious resources we have. Psychologists and neuroscientists have discovered that constant digital stimulation can place a heavy load on the brain. Every alert that pops up, every scroll, every click, pulls a thread of our attention in a new direction. Over time, this constant tugging can increase cortisol, the body's stress hormone, while disrupting sleep and draining the mental energy needed to face life's challenges with clarity and calm. Researchers have even seen physical changes associated with intense screen use, reductions in brain regions involved in focus and impulse control. When our minds rarely rest, resilience weakens, because resilience requires mental space, room to breathe, room to think, room to grow. When we step away from screens, even briefly, something healing begins to happen. The nervous system slows down,
The pressure of comparison eases. The noise settles. Without the pull of endless notifications or the worry of missing out, our awareness returns to the simple moments that are often overlooked. The warmth of a blanket, the rhythm of our breath, the subtle unfolding of our own thoughts. This is not about abandoning technology. Screens can bring connection, learning, and joy. But too much of anything, especially something so stimulating, can take more from us than it gives. Balance is the key to restoring mental strength. Imagine giving yourself a soft boundary before bedtime, setting screens aside, perhaps an hour before you sleep. That gentle pause allows your mind to drift into the slower, quieter rhythms of nighttime. It prepares your body for deeper rest and resets the mind from a fast-paced digital world into a peaceful inner landscape. Or picture beginning your day without immediately reaching for a phone. Instead, allowing moments of waking calm, stretching your body, journaling a thought, sipping a warm drink, or simply greeting the morning light. These small rituals send a message to your brain: I am starting my day with intention, not reaction. Even during the day, tiny adjustments can help. Checking messages at set times instead of every few minutes. Turning off badges that constantly demand attention. Replacing a bit of scrolling with a short walk outside or a quiet conversation face to face. Each choice supports presence over distraction. Children are often advised to limit their digital use to protect their development. But this wisdom is just as important for adults. Our minds, too, need time away from screens to process emotions, recover from stress, and imagine what comes next. Creativity often blooms in the spaces where technology isn't filling every empty moment. As you reduce digital overload, you offer yourself a gift: awareness. You begin to hear your own thoughts more clearly. You notice what you truly feel. You reconnect not only with the world around you, but with yourself, the most important connection of all. Tonight, as you drift into sleep, let this gentle truth settle in your heart. Your attention is sacred. Your presence is powerful. And your inner strength grows strongest in moments of quiet where your mind can finally rest. By finding balance with the digital world, you protect the clarity that helps you make wise decisions, the calm that helps you manage stress, and the focus that helps you move confidently through life. Disconnect not to escape, but to recharge, to breathe, to be, and to remember that the most meaningful parts of life are not on a screen, but in the peaceful spaces within you.
Chapter 48. Lighting the Mind with Stories. Growing Stronger Through Inspirational Reading. As the night deepens and the world grows quiet, imagine opening a book. The soft rustle of pages, the gentle glow of a lamp beside you. Reading as a special way of slowing time, of inviting us into a peaceful moment where the mind can wander, reflect, and learn. And some books, especially those filled with wisdom about resilience and inner strength,
can become powerful companions on the journey toward a calmer, more confident life. Psychologists use the term bibliotherapy to describe the healing power of reading. When we immerse ourselves in a story, what researchers call narrative transport, part of the brain begins to mirror the emotions and triumphs of the characters we follow. Their courage becomes easier to imagine for ourselves. Their victories remind us that struggle can lead somewhere meaningful. Books about mental strength offer practical tools wrapped in the warmth of insight. For example, Amy Morin's work, 13 Things Mentally Strong People Don't Do, gently guides readers away from habits that drain energy, like worrying about things outside of our control, and toward practices that build resilience. In her pages, challenges aren't signs of weakness, they are invitations to grow. Stories of survival, recovery, and transformation can also give us something truly precious: vicarious hope. When we read about someone who has faced hardship, illness, loss, discrimination, or unexpected change, and found a way forward, a quiet voice inside us says, "If they could continue, so can I." These stories help us feel less alone in our own struggles. You might choose to explore biographies of people who turned obstacles into purpose, or novels where characters stumble, learn, and rise stronger. Even spiritual or philosophical books can offer comfort, ancient wisdom reminding us that human resilience has existed for thousands of years. Inspiration doesn't require long hours of reading. You might begin with a single page in the morning to set a hopeful tone for the day, or end your evening with a line that reassures you everything will be okay. A favorite quote tucked into your journal, a bookmarked passage for difficult moments. These small habits nourish strength in steady, gentle ways. Libraries, whether physical or digital, are filled with voices ready to uplift and encourage. Many offer free access to books about personal growth, psychology, and emotional well-being. The guidance within them acts like a quiet coach, not pushing you harshly, but reminding you patiently that you carry great strength inside. And tonight, as you drift off to sleep, imagine all the stories you've read and all the wisdom you've collected, resting within you like embers beneath the surface, waiting to glow brighter when you need them most. Books teach us something beautiful. Recovery is possible. Change is possible. Strength can be learned. So let your curiosity guide you to the pages that fill you with wonder and courage. Even a single story can be enough to rekindle hope and remind you that your own story is still unfolding, with resilience growing in every chapter.
Chapter 49. Stronger Together. The Comfort of Supportive Communities. As you rest tonight, imagine a small circle of people gathered in a room. Some sitting close together, others a little further back, each carrying their own story, their own worries, their own quiet hopes. They may have never met before, yet something powerful connects them. a shared struggle, a shared journey, a shared desire to grow. There is something deeply human about gathering with others who understand what we are going through. Psychology calls this social identity, the sense of belonging that comes from being part of a group with a common purpose. And research shows that belonging can transform how we experience stress, how we recover from setbacks, and how hopeful we feel about the future. The social identity model of collective resilience explains that when people feel united, when they become a we, instead of just a solitary I, support flows more freely. In these moments of connection, advice and encouragement come naturally. People share what has helped them. They listen with compassion. They remind each other that no one is alone in their struggles. Support groups can take many forms. Some meet face-to-face in community centers, hospitals, or quiet rooms filled with soft chairs. Others gather online, where words typed into a screen still carry warmth and understanding. Some groups focus on grief, helping people navigate the difficult path of loss. Others help those healing from trauma, managing anxiety, caring for loved ones, or building healthier habits. There are even groups that support entrepreneurs, artists, students, and anyone facing a life transition. What they offer is more than conversation. They provide a lifeline. When you witness someone bravely share their story, something stirs inside. You might think, if they can move forward, maybe I can too. And when you share your own journey, you give that same gift to someone else. Your challenges become useful. Your progress becomes inspiring. Your presence becomes comforting. Groups can also offer practical guidance, a new technique for managing stress, a resource you haven't heard of, a perspective that turns fear into understanding. Each meeting becomes a small step forward, not forced, but supported. Hope blooms more easily when others are tending it with you. The American Psychological Association emphasizes how powerful group support can be. Belonging gives us purpose, motivation, and a reminder that we matter. The weight we carry feels lighter when multiple hands lift it together. The journey feels safer when we walk side by side, even in silence. Not every group will feel like home right away. It's okay to explore gently. Attend one meeting, then another, until you find a space where your heart relaxes, where you feel understood. The important thing is allowing connection to happen, believing that others can help you grow, and that you can help them too. Because resilience is not always built in solitude. Often it blossoms in community. Through shared laughter, shared tears, shared encouragement, and a shared belief that healing is possible. Tonight,
Let yourself feel the comfort of knowing that somewhere, people who care are waiting to welcome you when you're ready. People with stories not so different from yours. People who want to rise and would be proud to rise with you. Sometimes the most courageous thing you can say is simply, "Hi, I'm here." And sometimes that is enough to begin.
Chapter 50. Applauding the Journey. The quiet strength of celebrating effort.
As the day comes to a gentle close, allow yourself a moment to breathe deeply and feel the weight of everything you accomplished today. Not just the tasks you finished, not just the goals you reached, but the effort you made, the energy you gave, the courage you summoned, the resilience you carried quietly within you. Sometimes we focus so much on the final result, the grade on the paper, the number on the scale, the success of the project, that we forget the true source of strength lies in the steps we take along the way. Just as mountains are climbed one determined footstep at a time, growth is built from countless small attempts that are often overlooked. Psychologists call this idea the growth mindset, the belief that abilities can improve through persistence and learning. When we reward ourselves only for success, motivation fades the moment a goal feels far away. But when we celebrate effort, the journey itself becomes rewarding. The brain begins to release dopamine, the chemical of motivation and satisfaction, not just when we win, but when we try. Every time you give yourself a gentle acknowledgement, such as, "That was hard, and I showed up anyway," your brain learns that progress is worth celebrating, even when the outcome isn't perfect, even when no one else sees what you've done. This inner celebration keeps the fire of determination burning softly, steadily, encouraging you to keep moving forward.
Imagine keeping a small notebook, a place where, once a week, you write down one moment that made you proud. Maybe you handled a stressful situation with grace. Maybe you kept going despite feeling tired. Maybe you spoke kindly to someone or to yourself. Over time, these written reminders become a collection of proof that you are growing, that your effort is shaping your life in ways both big and small. You might also mark these moments physically, placing a sticker on a calendar each time you complete a positive habit, or enjoying a quiet treat when you face a fear. The size of the reward doesn't matter. What matters is recognizing the bravery in persistence, honoring the part of you that keeps trying. Celebrating effort does not mean lowering expectations. It means recognizing that progress deserves applause, because progress is the foundation of success. When you praise the effort itself, you create a mindset that thrives through obstacles rather than shrinking from them. You train your mind to say, "I am capable. I am learning. I am becoming stronger every day." Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, think back to just one moment from today, a moment where you put forth effort, even if things didn't go perfectly.
Hold that moment gently in your heart. Let yourself feel a quiet pride. You tried, and that matters. Resilience grows stronger every time you appreciate your own dedication. Inner strength is not found in the finish line, but in every breath, every step, every attempt that leads you there. So rest peacefully now, knowing this truth. You deserve to celebrate yourself, not only for what you achieve, but for the courage it takes to simply keep going.